Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. It's your boy Zom Slays. I'm your host, and welcome to another edition of the Music Mondays podcast. Happy motherfucking Monday, man. How are we? What are we doing? What are we on? Today is March 6th. We have a pretty big show for you, to be honest with you. Lots of submissions. Couple of things to talk about. Um, the usual. So with that said, let's get right down to business because, like I said, we have a pretty large show. So, let's break out some notes and see what we have to talk about. So, first off, per usual, episode 110 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms right now, including audio platforms. With that said, huge shout out to anybody that is running up the audio versions of the Music Mondays podcast. We have a couple things to talk about in regards to the Music Mondays podcast, in audio format and things like that. But we'll discuss that a bit later. But yeah, episode 110 is available on all platforms, including YouTube as well. YouTube's always a staple. Huge shout out to everybody who's running up the YouTube version as well. That'll always be our staple, man. You know what I mean? The YouTube version is where we started. So huge shout out to anybody showing love to the YouTube version. And huge shout out to everybody that submitted and showed love last week. Last week's show was really, really good, to be honest with you. Everything was stellar. Like, just to keep it a whole buck, the show is growing at like a really crazy rate. So huge shout out to the community, and we're always looking to improve things. So expect some good changes coming. A brand new YouTube upload is available right now as well. I don't think it was last week. It might have been last week. Yeah. Regardless, last week we had a segment where I discussed the benefits of an online career and an IRL career, right? Whether you're making moves online, you're building your library, you're dropping music, you're doing interviews, whatever. And then you have the IRL kind of aspect of it where, you're going to like real studios, you're recording, you're doing shows, you're meeting promoters, you're meeting other people, you're going to shows, things like that. So that segment is available on the Music Mondays YouTube channel right now. And that was a decent conversation, to be honest with you. Just because, again, to touch a little bit on it, that was something that I saw a lot of people get frustrated with, you know what I mean? And it happens time and time again, especially in this new age of content creation and how you create art and things like that. So that's really a great topic of discussion. So definitely go check that out because I think we discussed a lot of valid points. And that's really the point of those talking segments is really just to break down interesting topics, so definitely go check that out and go show that one some love because I like that one a lot, to be honest. So we got the caffeine, we got the water. We are fucking locked and loaded, my friends. So yeah, episode 110 is available on all platforms. Brand new YouTube upload is available right now as well. If you missed it, so definitely go check that out. A new freestyle design is available right now on all of our social media. This past freestyle design was done by our staff designer Aster. And as many of you know, I spoke a little bit about freestyle designs and more or less the staff design showcase to really give our design team a platform to show off their work while also simultaneously, bringing their ideas for Music Mondays to life, even if it's like more like outlandish or like, just shit that they had in mind to really spice up like what they were doing. So a brand new freestyle design is available right now on all of our socials. Our Instagram is always filled with a complete archive of that you can view a lot easier than our Twitter. Our Twitter is always filled with the latest updates. So Instagram, you'll be able to see a lot more of our photos and graphic designs and things like that. So make sure you follow us on Instagram at All Music Mondays, and of course, all that stuff is linked down below. So if you're on YouTube, click the description and go check out our socials for sure. So, continuing on, a brand new article is live on the Music Mondays homepage, allmusicmondays.com. This is actually just a quick article written by me, because the staff has a couple of pieces on the back burner that we're working on finalizing. So I whipped up a short form piece to really give everybody a quick preview of what's to come in the springtime. So it's essentially a spring 2023 preview. I went over our monthly content, our weekly content, ideas that we're touching on as far as newer ideas, newer YouTube stuff, recruiting, things like that. So it's definitely another breakdown for what's coming for the spring months. So definitely go check that out and go show that piece some love. So with that said, I also updated the Music Mondays homepage the other night. There is a couple of new small maintenance additions and kind of just slight improvements for the site. So go check out the site if you haven't already, because the site's constantly being updated every other day, if not weekly. So yeah, go show the site some love, man, because it's always improving. Blank Thought. So huge shout out Blank Thought, man. Many of you know Blank Thought from the last couple of weeks on the Music Mondays podcast, where Blank Thought was submitting tracks that Blank produced, things like that, and we would react and review them. A Blank Thought reached out to me about recruiting and wanted to get a little bit more information on what we needed as far as staff roles and things like that. So we actually recruited Blank Thought as a Music Monday staff writer. So if you see Blank Thought around, definitely show Blank Thought some love. I know Blank has already completed an interview, and it's actually in the process of being edited. So be on the lookout for new Blank Thought content, especially written interviews and things like that. Our writers are super diverse. Like, all of our writers have like such like niche areas that they love to write about, and that's why like I don't make and like require any writer on the staff team to like write about certain artists or like certain pieces. Of course there's going to be times where like there's obvious things that we should cover, but for the most part, like, it's an open canvas for the majority of our writers, and that's why the more writers that we have on the staff team, the better, because we can actually spread more information that way, and we can allow people to actually have a place to publish the content that they want to publish, right? That's why we are an underground media platform as opposed to anything else, because there is such a wide range of underground art, and like the definition of underground is so like broad. So yeah, there's a lot of angles to cover, and Blank Thought is just another piece to the puzzle as far as covering all angles of sound. So huge shout out Blank Thought, and definitely give Blank Thought a warm welcome to the staff team. SoundCloud Sunday volume 72 is available right now on our SoundCloud. If you haven't checked that out, definitely go check that out. Huge shout out to anybody that submitted, showed love to this week's edition of SoundCloud Sunday. That is another fucking banger. Like I said, I have yet to see another platform do a SoundCloud playlist like that. We are pretty much holding up the underground rock, if you will. Like there is no other platform that is doing a playlist like that. And I noticed that it gets a lot of love, and as we continue to grow it, it's just only getting bigger and bigger. So huge shout out to everybody that submitted to SoundCloud Sunday, and definitely share it. Make sure you share it with your friends, share it with your homies. Tell your homies about SoundCloud Sunday, because there's a whole group of playlists on our SoundCloud that are filled with undiscovered independent underground artists. Like that's why SoundCloud Sunday is like a pillar, like a true pillar, to be honest with you. So, um, Volume 72 is available right now. That was curated by myself, Depressed, and Waterfalls, our staff curators. So huge shout out to them as always. But yeah, go show some love to Volume 72. And of course, our weekly recap dropped today on our socials. So if you're wondering, where, like, what are the major things that happened over the last week, that is also available on our socials. Pretty much everything that I just discussed in the last like 5 or 10 minutes. But that's also live as well. So make sure you go run that up. But that's that on our weekly updates and really what's been going down for Music Mondays in the last week or so. So we have a couple of things to discuss, as far as what's coming, things like that. We won't go into a discussion segment tonight, just because we do have a decent amount of submissions, and I'm trying to keep the show under at least 4 hours or so. So we definitely got to hop right into that, but we do have a couple things to discuss. So like I said, what's coming for Music Mondays? We already have our winter 2023 preview, pretty much detailing like January through March or so, but things that are coming up, we'll have a whole lot of written segments dropping this week, just because we have a couple in the backlog that need to get out. So keep your eyes peeled on the site, and be out for pretty much, a decent amount of writing this week, so definitely be on the lookout for that. Definitely. The breakdown from Ivica Glass will be dropping this month as well. In case you missed it, monthly is pretty much nearing completion. It's almost done, so be on the lookout for a February edition as well. So in case you missed it, monthly is one of our bigger pieces, and I'm always excited to be able to drop that. So keep your eyes peeled for that as well. Recruiting is open. Recruiting is basically always open, but there'll be times where we push it more than usual, and right now is one of those times. So if you're interested in becoming a staff writer, designer, curator, content creator, you're passionate about independent underground art, you think you have some skills to contribute to Music Mondays, feel free to send us a message. Send us a message with your portfolio, or if you don't have a portfolio, just send us a pitch. Tell us why you think you should join the Music Monday staff team, and tell us why you give a fuck about the underground, to be honest with you. So yeah, recruiting is open, and one thing I should clarify too, because some people always kind of get this confused, Music Mondays is the majority a kind of, not-for-profit organization. Like, any profit that we make from Music Mondays goes right back into the platform, right? Things for here at the office, things that I need to run the show, stuff for the staff team, stuff like our pro accounts on all socials, SoundCloud. We'll probably be looking into Twitter Blue, and all things like that that keep the platform running at like its highest quality. So as we build the platform, we'll become more sustainable financially. But for right now, everybody is contributing to the growth of Music Mondays. So if you're looking for like a work for hire or anything like that, this is definitely not the platform. For multiple reasons. Just because everything that we do get for the show goes right back into the show. And on top of it, like, that's just not what this is about. There'll be ways to like work around it, but it's all gonna go back into the community. Like, we're not that platform, you know what I mean? Like we never have been, we never will be that platform, as to where like we're super dependent on money, and like this is just not what it's about. And as we grow, things will be addressed, but for the most part, like, this is for the community, and we want this to be as big as possible, right? So we need a couple things for that. We need like-minded individuals. And we need passionate individuals, right, that truly care about the scene, but at the same time understand that Music Mondays is a different type of project as opposed to like your regular blog or mainstream media page. Because you could go start a mainstream media page right now and start posting about, you know, um, just the usual bullshit, and that's fine. There's plenty of pages that do that, and platforms that already do that. That's why what we do is special, and the way that we operate is, slightly different than the majority of the platforms that most creatives are used to. So just keep that in mind when you're pitching yourself for Music Mondays, because this is a very like self-funded platform. This is all DIY. We do this all ourselves. Um, Everything you see is done by us. You know what I mean? For the community. So, like I said, just keep that in mind. And it kind of leads to the next thing that I was going to be talking about here, which is semi-important, but it's not like super prioritized right now because it's not concrete. But what we'll be discussing, right, is the podcast itself. So as the show grows and we continue to get a large amount of submissions, I had a conversation with the Music Money staff team, and now we're going to have a conversation with the community about the future of the show. And what am I referring to? Well, the show is getting upwards, more or less 30 submissions each week. And that's pushing like about 4-hour podcast, sometimes 4.5 hours. I think our longest show was like 5 hours, which you guys know I can do that no problem. But to keep the show growing and to kind of make it palatable, right? Because even like a 4-hour show is kind of like a lot to ask for anybody to listen to. Like that's just, that's fucking longer than the Titanic. It's just not feasible. So it took a minute, but and mostly me, I sat up a few nights and I was like, dude, like how the fuck can we work this into a way where the show continues to grow, but we can sort of cap it off in like a timely manner. So what I came up with was coming up with like a time limit format. So say we capped off the show at about 4 hours, and we take a bunch of free submissions, and we have a limited amount of paid submissions. And when I say paid submissions, all you're essentially doing is skipping the line. Because there have been questions, throughout the time of the show, when is my submission being played? Da 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 da. And the show gets longer and longer, and people, can't really stay up late. They wait for the show to come out later. Da 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 da. So essentially, we'll be allowing a couple of paid slots as to where somebody can pay $5 or $10 and you can get your submission played first. And the show will be on a time limit cap, right? So like once we hit 4 hours, we'll just essentially stop going through submissions. But the paid slots will essentially make sure that you get played earlier, and you're guaranteed to get played essentially. And then we'll continue for the rest of the submissions throughout the 4 hours. So that'll not only help the platform, take a bit of the pressure off, but it'll help the community kind of digest the show a bit more. And then we still keep our free section. And then on top of it, we get to use that funding for more community projects, right? Because a live Music Monday show has been something that we've been discussing for a while, right? IRL Fest, or no, URL Fests are great. Cyberfest was great, and we're going to be doing plenty more. But the peak is always a live show, right? Like, we want to come to Texas, we want to go to Vegas, we want to go to Cali. We want to get people involved, and we want to have meetups and shit like that. And the only way to do um, more activities like that without fully stressing out of pocket is to get the community involved in a way that it benefits them as well. So that's kind of where we're at. And like I said, that's not something that's going to be launching anytime soon. The show will be staying the same, especially for right now. It's just something that we're doing as a precautionary measure for the future, right? Because one day we're going to wake up and the show's going to have like 50 submissions. And, it's better to think about how to alleviate that pressure now, as opposed to, forcing yourself to do like a 6-hour show. Because nobody's going to watch that. It's really long. And, it's a lot. So that's kind of like what we came up with. So I'm thinking like a 4-hour show cap and either like $5 or $10 paid slots to get your submission like guaranteed played at the earliest. So we'll do like a paid one, do a free one, do a paid one, do a free one, and then we'll just limit it at 5. And then for the rest of the show, we'll do the rest of the free submissions depending on where we're at. But we'll just keep the show at 4 hours, either way. So that was kind of the idea there. And then we are going to use that funding for things like shows, merch drops, getting the staff business cards. We have a couple of ideas that we're working on. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up was because we need the community's input, right? Like, this wasn't just something that we're just doing. You know what I mean? Like, the community matters to all of us. And I think it's really important to get the community input on this kind of situation, right? And then we'll kind of come to a middle ground and then, see where it goes. So if you're watching on YouTube, do us a favor and we'll probably upload this as an individual segment. But if not, do us a favor and definitely comment and let us know what you think. Feel free to speak your mind, things like that. And if you listen on the audio version of the show, we're going to be putting out a Q&A on the audio version, and there's going to be some questions that we need the community to answer as far as that goes, and really get the community's thoughts and opinions on the future of the show, and as the show grows, where the community thinks we should go as well. So we're gonna consider all angles from this before we do anything. That's kind of why we didn't really try to rush an upgrade like that, and kind of do things a bit differently. So yeah, definitely comment, let us know what you think. And if you're listening on the audio version, definitely go answer those questions, because like I said, we're going to be doing a Q&A over on Spotify. So if you listen to the show on the audio version, and of course it's linked in the description as well. So yes, keep that in mind. We'll obviously update you all on socials to really get your opinions and things like that. And because like I said, we really wanted the community's input on something like this before we went ahead and just kind of went crazy with it. So that's kind of what we're thinking and where we're at as far as that goes. Not like a major change, but an improvement to the show that kind of takes the pressure off the community. It makes the show a bit more steady, and we get to not really change much with submissions and kind of give the community an option to get more out of the podcast, right? So yeah, that's where we're at. And that's definitely something we need the community's thoughts on. So I'd really like you guys to comment some thoughts, especially even if you're in the stream right now. Feel free to let us know what your thoughts are on that. Definitely want a more open discussion. So yeah, let us know, absolutely. But with that said, my friends, let's continue on. So that's about what's going down. Like I said, we have our March content kind of coming through relatively soon. In case you missed it monthly, the breakdown, Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, a bunch of written interviews are dropping relatively soon. Yeah, March is going to be really stacked, really stacked. We set up a subscription for submissions. Yeah, yeah. See, like that's like the kind of deal that we were looking for, right? Because like I said, like there's been quite a few people that, you know, wanted to like skip the line or get played first because the majority of viewers for the show, especially live, peak out at the start. So, you know, if you want, you know, your submission played way earlier, I think that's like not a bad deal. You know what I mean? And if you don't feel like paying, you don't have to. We'll still get to the free submissions. You know what I mean? So like that's just if you kind of wanted to like cut the line. Like if you've been to Six Flags and you get like a fucking fast pass. You know what I mean? Like that's really what it is. Like so it was tough to kind of come up with like a different alternative for the community, but at the same time we want the platform to grow, right? You know, live performances, merch, bigger and better events for the community. And you know, that was one way that I came up with to alleviate the pressure but still keep a lot of the free alternatives for the community, right? Because we like I don't want that, you know what I mean? Like because like so many platforms are out there like no, pay first or you're not doing this or da da da, and like the majority of people know that we sit here and have so many long shows because of the way we break shit down. You know what I mean? Like the way we break shit down, it's not like, oh yeah, that was fire, you know, fire emoji, that was crazy. All right, next submission. No, like we're breaking your shit down, you know, for free. So if you wanted that done earlier, that was kind of like a free um alternative, but if you wanted to pay, that's also cool. So yeah, think of it more so as like a flash pass, you know, you're just cutting the line essentially, and we'll just cap the show off at 4 hours. So wherever we're at with the show, we'll just kind of cap it off there, and then we'll continue doing a whole bunch of free submissions, and we'll do like say like 5 paid slots as to where you know we'll start off with like a paid submission, then we'll do a free one, then we'll go with like a paid submission and we'll do a free one. So we'll only limit it to like 5 as to where like it's not overpowered and not like fucking over the free people, because that's really like what I didn't want. I wanted to make sure that we kept that kind of um free section for the community. Like I really wanted to keep that. That was really important to me. Um which as you can imagine it's kind of hard to try to balance that out, right? And keep the core of free content. So that was kind of the solution that I came up with. And yeah. So Mark, TDG, I'm glad you guys agree. Um, we'll hopefully get a little bit more community input as well, as we spread the word. Because, like I said, this is kind of far out from being launched. Something like this probably won't come out for like another couple of months for real. Like, I'm not in any rush to get something like this out because it's got to be done right. You know, it's really it's really something like that. Patreon might be a good option for it. You are fucking a genius, because we could just have like Patreon exclusive content, and then we could probably have the community like Patreon members um get first dibs, right? So something like that could really work. Something like that could really work. Yeah, actually I'll include that in the video and we'll upload this to YouTube. Um let us know what you think. Should we do kind of like a $5 like, you know, whatever, or you know, you could kind of go sub to like a Patreon and you could get like, you know, a bunch of, you know, exclusives and yada yada yada. I think you could send messages on there, just link it and members can get pushed up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I think that's going to be something that we look into. You know what? I'm actually going to write that down, because that's a really good alternative. And that's a really safe alternative as well. Um, yeah, so I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Um, so yeah, we'll just kind of go down the list, and then if somebody submits, that's also a Patreon member. Um, you know, I think the only problem with that is like we are a weekly show, and that's probably a monthly based subscription. So there's something to work around there for sure. because I thought about just doing Twitch subs. You know what I mean? But that's also like a monthly kind of thing. So I was like, yeah, that's still not going to work because, you could sub 1 week and then kind of, you know, um still be subbed the next week, but we still got like 3 shows that month. So it's like, fuck. Um, so yeah, much to think about. Much to think about. That's why I wasn't really like in a rush to kind of push something like that out because there's like a good way to do it. We just got to figure out how, to be honest with you. And if we did Twitch subs, I don't think that would be a bad thing because if you're already subbed, you could just gift another sub. You know what I mean? So like say you were subbed right now, but you wanted to like skip the line, you could just like gift a sub. I think that was the other thing that I sort of thought of. And like I said, like I just wanted like full transparency with the community before we ever moved forward with anything like this. So like I said, definitely let us know your thoughts and feel free to shoot us a message, make sure you drop a comment, things like that. Um because yeah, very important. Very, very important, my friends. So let's hop right into reactions and reviews because we have a whole lot of stuff to get through. So, let's go. You guys know the drill, but if you don't, and you're new here, you're like, Zom, how the fuck do we submit to the show? Da da da. What are we doing? This is how you do it. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 3/6/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Twitch.tv/SomPlays here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creation, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. So, yes, these tweets will be in the same format each week for those of you that are interested in submitting to the show and things like that. Um, yeah, that's about all you need to know, to be honest with you. Contrary to our name, we've reacted to and reviewed a whole lot of stuff, including music, visuals, graphics, photos, aesthetics, visuals, edits, you name it, we've reacted to it here on the show. So don't shy away if you feel like your art and creativity deserves a uh, little bit of spotlight. Definitely drop a submission because we'd love to have you here. Um, so yeah, um, I feel like there's one thing I'm actually missing about the show. The majority of people always ask, why do you take submissions through Twitter? Da 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 da. Why not Instagram? Um, why not fucking um, why not email, things like that. Um, Twitter really keeps the show free flow. It allows our submissions to essentially be in one place. And I kind of had a couple of rants about this over the last few weeks. Um, but to be frank, there aren't a lot of live shows like us, and being free flow is very, very important. So like, we just want to start like going through submissions like super, super fast, and then on top of it, um, it not only helps Music Mondays grow, but it helps bring the community closer together, right? It's just one of the main ways to do that. So that's one of the reasons why we do curate on Twitter. And the only thing that we do ask is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit. Because, like I said, it not only helps the community grow, but it helps spread our message and it helps um, really continue to um, spread the platform, to be honest with you. So, um, like I always say, um, you know, we don't charge for submissions. We'll always have free submissions, so that's all we do ask. Uh, is that you ask, or is that you're following Music Mondays before you submit. Hikari 2004 with a motherfucking Twitch Prime. Let's fucking go, Hikari. Welcome to the streaming family, my friend. I appreciate it. Let's get it, baby. Little Twitch Primer to kick off reactions. I see you. I see you, baby. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the streaming family. Let's fucking get it. Yeah, Twitch Prime is another great way to support the show, right? So huge shout out to Hikari because, you know, even if you can't support the show, right? Even anybody who just watches the show live is always much appreciated. But yeah, don't forget it. If you know you have an Amazon account, you use Amazon Prime, you have a free Twitch subscription, you know, and to be honest, you don't even have to use it here, but make sure you go give that to a streamer, okay? Because they actually give more cash than regular subs. So use your primes. Like I said, you don't even have to use it here, just use it on somebody. So huge shout out to Hikari for choosing the Music Mondays podcast to use a Twitch Prime. Let's fucking get it, baby. Thank you. Um, so yeah, um, that's why we curate on Twitter, by the way. Keeps the show free flow, and like I said, all of our submissions are free. So the only thing that we do ask is that you're following the show before you submit, to not only pay respect to those that wait all week to get their submissions reacted to, but it just helps the platform grow and continue to helps the underground community grow. To be honest with you. So outside of that, the only thing is submissions close on the day of the show. So today is Monday, March 6th. So you roughly have about 7 days to get your tracks in. So we usually close submissions about a couple hours before the show, just to get a head count, see how long the show's gonna be, things like that. Just to really get like a rough scope of things. So, you know, just keep that in mind. And if you're watching this on YouTube, submissions are already open. And if you're watching this live, submissions will open tomorrow. Submissions always open Tuesday afternoon. So make sure you follow us on Twitter and socials if you'd like to stay up to date for that. But my friends, I am really excited to get into reactions tonight because I know we have a lot of stuff. So per usual, we'll go through audio first, and then we'll go through media. We'll go through visuals, graphics, and things like that. So audio and then media. And then Mark, you also said I might have to submit some digital art next show. I am down. I am fucking down for that, by the way. 100% down. 100% down. Because lately our graphic submissions have been really good. Like really good. So I'd like to keep that up. And it encourages other people to submit their work like that. So that'd be great. But with that said, let's hop right in. So I think we have a decent amount, a real decent amount, and we have some visuals early on the list. So we'll obviously hit those after. But our first submission of the night, Beyond Average Entertainment, Real Rap. Now, I think we've reacted to Real Rap before, but it's definitely been a while. It's for sure been a while since we've reacted to Real Rap. And it looks like they haven't been too active. You know, even relatively like 8 videos in, some of it's like 4 years old, which is pretty crazy. I think I remember reacting to one of these. I'm not I'm not sure which one it was. I'm not sure. So we'll just go with like the latest. This looks like to be a TikTok video, so we won't do that for formatting reasons. So let's check out I Need to Go. It has 12K 1 year ago, so not like old, but not like brand new. So let's see what we got here. No description. Great performance, excellent arrangement. I love it. Very inspirational, professional, very powerful video, my friend. Dope. Okay. Okay, decent amount of love. Yeah, so it's been a while since we've heard from Real Rap though. You know, in the account that they submitted from Beyond Average Entertainment, probably like a label sort of account. Um, Interesting. All right, so let's get into it. Real Rap, I Need to Go. Full volume, 720. Let's get into it. Holy fuck. Jesus.
Hey, I remember when I was booked. It's like the gems come in your dreams. You be seeing all kinds of stuff. True. Sometimes out here on the block, you see stuff, you don't know if it's real, if you tripping, man. Got me stressed. I got the Ruger to my head, but I ain't gon' pull it. The pain enters, then explodes like a dum-dum bullet. We eat dinner every night, but we not the fullest. We starving for respect, so we went and took it. Lost who we really was when the books was tooken. I'm stressed out like that black broke pops from Crooklyn. No nets in our game, and we not from Brooklyn. They free some blacks, but never stop the booking. Fiends doing coke like it's boogie nights. Smoke the pipe, lighters flick when it's dark at night. Can't charge it to the game, gotta get a better price. He selling pure white, he trying to get a better life. He selling perk 30s to get some better nights. She wear strap on, she trying to be a better dyke. The worlds keep spinning, gotta get a better bite. We throwing rocks out the bacon, trying to get a better slice. I try hard, but life don't change. There's dark clouds in my head, I don't see no rain. All fire, I don't see no snow. We're searching for the water so our seeds can grow. They hate us because we need to know. Are we really stuck? Damn, I need to go. Damn, I need to go. God damn it, I need to go. I go to war with a jizz and a goon that never sleeps. He stared me down, razor blades for his teeth. I popped up, grabbed a tool from my sheets. Then he disappeared, man, my life is too deep. But once a crowd, you develop good speech. You never be strong, you too busy being weak. Like a mom with 8 kids that been missing for a week. The oldest only 10, moms left them for the streets. I'm smoking kush with the guitars playing. I'm a beast from the stress and the bricks I'm wearing. Deaf to stupid people can't hear what you saying. Stay in your lane cause these files is flagrant. A wise man can learn a lot from vagrants. A price for your words, yeah, life you pay with. The worst types is the ones we stay with. A part of my soul to deposit the payment. I try hard, but life don't change. Dark clouds in my head, I don't see no rain. On fire, I don't see no snow. We searching for the water so our seeds can grow. They hate us because we need to know. Are we really stuck? Damn, I need to go. Damn, I need to go. God damn it, I need to go. That's real rap. That's real rap.
This was fire. This is real fire.
It's all real, all facts, real rap.
Well done. Like, really well done. Dedicated to all the essential workers who feel like they need to go. Wow. Holy shit. Well, that was a powerful fucking way to start the show. Alrighty. Let's break this one down. So, you know, this was a visual, but, you know, we didn't really have much to go on here, so we just kind of, like, went all in. So we won't speak too much on the visual. We'll really break this one down, mostly by audio. So, we're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of I Need to Go. So, this is quite the fucking track, to be honest with you. You know, one thing about this is it has such a powerful message that, like, you know, I think everything else kind of like is almost like elevated because of the message, right? Like everything going on in here is like just that much better because of this message. But let's talk instrumental because there is a couple of interesting things about this instrumental. Let's talk mix. Mix is good. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Kind of like a regular standard mix. It's you know, nice and leveled. Everything punches nicely. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary, to be honest with you. Nice and crisp. Very tight around the edges. Solid for sure. But definitely has a more kind of a vocal sample centered feel. Now, especially with that female vocal sample, that was like really well utilized. I definitely think that was a huge part in not only the overall track, but it's more so used like kind of in like a production way. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a feature. Like you definitely could consider that a feature, but the way it's used, it's definitely very like used like a sample, right? So, and it was used well. It very much could be classified as a feature, but I do feel like in terms of the production, that vocal sample did wonders. Like really, really did some wonders. So I like the way that that was utilized a lot. Um, Other than that, though, I think the drum selection was really good. Kind of like chill drums. I think the mel, was really well done as well. I think one thing that I would have liked to know, is a description, right? Prod, co-prod, mix, things like that. But outside of that, um, yeah, yeah, I would definitely say this instrumental kind of like laid a really good foundation for how important of a message this was. So, the instrumental very solid, very very solid. I have to say Shining Stars either tie between the mel or the way that the vocal sample was used. Um, which I would even say is more or less structure. Um, so yeah, structure is excellent. So let's talk vocals here. Real raw vocals, but they're not like raw in the fashion where they're not mixed. It's just very much um that upfront kind of mix, of where it's not overdone or anything like that, but it definitely a TG Gainey production. Now that could be whoever filmed the visual though. But yeah, the vocal mix was really really good either way. Really kind of a tight mix, especially with um the vocal sample and things like that going on. So the mix was solid again in regards to the vocals. But um you know, the writing was something that was like easily the shining star for me. Not only like a super clear and like consistent theme and story, but like the way that everything was structured from punchlines to lyrics to hook, it was all very much like how could you not get behind something like this, right? Like how the fuck do you hear this and you're like, nah. Like this is heat, like you're like, okay, like so I think the whole package is right here. I would love to see more of this, right? Because with that said, this is from 2021, so it's like I would love to see a lot more of this. Totally would love to see a lot more of this because this kind of shit, it's got to be done right, and this is like how you do it right. You know what I mean? It really is. It really, really is. So instrumental great, vocals are definitely, definitely solid. Um, Probably shining star has got to be the writing or the hook. The hook definitely sinks it for me. But the writing for these verses is just like, wow, you know. So yeah, let's talk theme here. I need to go. Like, it starts off as such like a really like, it's like in your face, like emotional kind of song, and not like it is sad emotional, but it's not like boo hoo. It's like a very like dark, dreary kind of theme. But like as the instrumental progresses and the vocal sample kicks in, it's more of like a 50-50 tie between like hope and like a lot of like real dark shit. So like I like the fine line that this track kind of brings, but at the same time, like the overall message is one that is like I don't think could be spread enough. You know what I mean? Like I love tracks like this with like such a powerful message and like are like an extension of any artist because it's like such a passionate kind of theme. You know what I mean? So like I would love to see real rap touch down on either another more powerful topic like this or even more so just continue on this journey. I would love to see where real rap goes, to be honest with you. So with that said, huge shout out to Real Rap. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much, much, much motherfucking love. Make sure you go sub to Real Rap on YouTube. Real Rap is 10 away from 450. And of course, make sure you follow Beyond Entertainment on Twitter. They are approaching 2.4K on Twitter. So go show them some love, and I'm sure they will drop you a follow back. And with that said, um, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We already hit 120 subscribers. Let's fucking go. Like, holy shit. I'm actually kind of shook that I don't have to say that this week. I didn't think we'd hit 120 that fast, but here we fucking are. So, with that said, make sure you go sub to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We are on the road to 130 subscribers on the main channel. Overall we're gonna push to 150, but baby steps. So let's push to 130. Go sub to the channel if you haven't already, and if you already have, thank you. I appreciate you guys dropping likes, dropping comments. I literally reply to every single one of you guys. I always try to go down the list as much as I can. So feel free to sub to the channel. And like I said, those of you that have, thank you, and we appreciate it here at Music Mondays. And we upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments every Thursday and Saturday. So yeah, go sub to the channel, my friends, and of course, make sure you show the channel and these artists some love. So continuing on, my friends, SLM and Cole Gerard are our next two, but these are 100% visuals that I definitely want to break down. So let's move through audio, and then we'll continue on with our visuals and media submissions. But up next we have our brand new Music Monday staff writer Blank Thought coming in with a submission, and I was like, okay, let's fucking get it. So Blank Thought has a real raw alternative hip hop, almost cloud like style, but really has expanded genres as we've gone through Blank Thought submissions. We've heard quite a few styles from Blank Thought. So with that said, let's check out Blank Thought's submission for this week, Director's Cut. Pop this over to new Tyber Rooney. Hoodie Hilltop. Oh shit, yeah. So Hoodie was what was the one where I was like, oh fuck. Hoodie went crazy, like really, really crazy. So from 2022, not brand new, but definitely not old. Let's get into this. Hoodie Hilltop, Blank Thought, Director's Cut. Wow, this melody's crazy. Wow. Jesus. Holy shit. Dude, the way that just cuts off like that, my god. My fucking god. Okay. Alrighty, my friends. Let's fucking break this one down because Hoodie's back at it again with some fucking crazy shit here. Let's go. Alright, so. With that said, we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. We're talk about the overall theme of director's cut. Um, yeah, I'm beginning more and more to really like this duo here. I think this is a really powerful duo. I think Blank and Hoodie are like really fucking nuts. I think Hoodie is just an insanely talented vocalist as well. But let's talk instrumental here. So the melody is like wow, 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 wow. This is definitely one of those melodies that like I'm not like I'm not like surprised, right? I'm not surprised at Blank Thought, but at the same time it's definitely um more obscure for Blank Thought's typical sound that we've gotten to know on the show. So I'm a huge fan of this. Definitely caught me off guard. But outside of that, the drum selection was really, really hot. Um, outside of that, the mix though, nothing clashing too overbearing. Everything cuts really nicely. Um, yeah, no, the instrumental is really well rounded, and I would definitely say the shining star has got to be, the melody for sure. The melody, 100%. Um, the structure was really solid as well, but I think Hoodie just completely ate this up either way. But the melody definitely was very memorable, and then you pair it with the kind of drum selection you had here. Really well done, really really well done. So, let's talk vocals. So, you know, we've definitely gotten to know Hoodie in the aspect as to where like Hoodie can fucking spit, like can fucking spit, man. Like, holy fuck. So, obviously, lyrics and cadence are going to be a big thing here for me. But outside of that, I like the kind of plain approach to the mix here. Um, it wasn't like an over exaggerated mix or anything like that. I really like the standard approach here. I think the mix is pretty solid. Um, but I just think Hoodie completely ate this up, man. Like completely ate this up. Um, Hoodie has one of those. It's not like super fast lyrical rapper styles. It's deeper than that. It has a more like unhinged, crazy attitude with it, and I think that like really puts it over as like, wow, this is like really really captivating. So it's really hard to not enjoy this. It's really hard to not enjoy this. I think Hoodie did a really wonderful job, um, making this melody kind of stand out even more, and then when you think in terms of vocals, I think the writing and the cadence was everything here for sure. Um, so let's talk theme here. Aesthetically, I love this cover. I think I said this like a couple submissions ago, but I really like this cover. Definitely one of my more favorite covers that we've seen from Hoodie or Blank Thought. I believe Blank said that they made this cover, so I think that's sick as fuck. Um, Aesthetics are on point though, just because it has that obscure feeling that goes with the vocals. It's like, oh shit, slightly unhinged as well. Um, but yeah, let's talk overall theme. Director's cut definitely is like, there's a couple of lyrics and bars in here where director's cut definitely makes sense as a title, but for the most part, it definitely feels like one of those like bonus tracks that is like nuts, right? Me and Hoodie got some crazy stuff in the pipeline. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Huge shout out Blake Thought. We got him in the chat right now. But yeah, I feel like director's cut was a great title for this, not only for um the lyrical reasons, but it definitely felt like one of those songs that is either on like a deluxe version or is like the bonus track, and you hear it and you're like, that is fucking crazy. Like it definitely felt like one of those like hidden, and like not really hidden, but just like secretive kind of tracks that's like, yo, did you hear that? It's definitely one of those for me, for sure. So theme's really on point. I, like I said at the start, really think this is a excellent duo. So with that said, huge shout out to Blake Dot and Hoodie Hilltop. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Hoodie and Blank on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Blank Thought on Twitter. Blank is approaching 720 motherfucking followers. So make sure you follow Blank Thought and go show Blank some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And huge shout out to everybody that's already subbed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. Make sure you go sub to the channel. We are approaching 130 subs on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go sub if you haven't already. And if you have, thank you. We see you. Drop comments, dropping likes. We appreciate it. Much love, my friends. So, continuing on. Lots of familiar faces here, but I think we have a first time submitting artist here. Lil Sunflower. I like going to concerts and making music. My song Stingray Hours is out now. 2023. So we have a brand new track here. Okay. First time submitting artist. Lil Flower. Definitely gonna go in obviously blind. We don't know what to expect here, so these are always fun. Let's hop right into it. Stingray Hours, Lil Flower. That rhymes.
In my mind, talking to myself, trying not to cry, falling deep into the void, trying to escape, no longer can avoid that. I'm just feeling so alone. Please pick up the phone. Stingray Hours once again.
Okay, much to discuss here. Much to discuss here. So let's break this down. We're talking about 3 things. We're talking about the instrumental, we're talking about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Stingray Hours. So, let's talk instrumental here. So this is quite the instrumental. Couple of things that we're gonna touch on. But for the most part, I like the idea surrounding this instrumental. I think the structure is good. I definitely like the sound choices. I think the mix could definitely be a little bit tightened up for sure. Cause like even if you wanted to go like the noise kind of route, right? You wanted to make shit noisy, loud. You kind of wanted it to like knock a certain way. I do feel like this could have been cleaned up a little bit. Because it definitely could have just improved it tenfold. But it starts with the instrumental. I feel like the bass was a little, you know, a little iffy, but I feel like just a little bit of a tighter mix could have fixed that like instantly. So yeah, but I do like the instrumental choice a lot. So the instrumental very solid. Shout out That Prod. I definitely think they did a good job. That's the only thing with it. I would definitely say the mix just definitely needs to be tightened up a little bit. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals. I would say Shining Star's got to be structure. I like the auto tune. I like the way that this is mixed as far as like making this very like electronic dance, like alternative pop. It definitely has a little bit of like aggression with it. You know what I mean? It definitely is a little bit more aggressive, and I like that. You know what I mean? I like that. I feel like the big thing for me though, um, there's really got to be the structure. The structure really makes or breaks this, and I think the structure is really well done. Um, the mix really would have put this over the top, 100%, and definitely would have made it sound more fleshed out. But for the most part, like, you totally like fully grasp this. You know what I mean? Like, it definitely is there, 100%. Like, everything is like it's like almost there. Like, I would love to see this progression and like kind of like continue to develop this kind of sound. And I would love to see more of this. I would love to see more of this. So vocal solid. I love the structure. I love the mix as well. Um, Instrumental solid. Like I said, the mix just I would tighten that up. And then let's talk theme here. Aesthetics are great. This cover definitely makes you like it definitely looks how this track feels. It's colorful, it's vibrant, it's got a lot of personality, a little bit of serenity. I like this cover choice, especially for this track. And then you have the stingrays, and it was just kind of vibing. You know what I mean? So I like the aesthetics on this a lot. Um, Overall, though, Stingray Hours is definitely one of those themes where like it definitely means more to the artist than it does to you know the overall listener, right? It's definitely one of those tracks where an artist is kind of just like developing their own themes and their own kind of stories and their own writing and things like that. Stingray Hours is kind of like one of those more kind of like insider personal type tracks that artists will always create. You know what I mean? They're always very much prone to making tracks like this, and I think tracks like this are really great. Just the hidden gems, you know what I mean, that nobody really knows what it's about, but the artist kind of expanded on it for a reason, and it's kind of like a semi-sentimental kind of deal. So I like themes like this a lot, as to where it's like very like not obvious, and it's very much personal to the artist. So I think the theme is great. But with that said, huge shout out to Little Flower. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Little Flower on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Little Flower on Twitter. They are at 900 even, so 10 away from 910. Go show Little Flowers some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subs. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. So go show the main channel and these artists some love, my friends. Let's continue on, chat. Let's go. So up next we have Raw MC. So our homie Raw has been fucking killing it lately. Our last couple of submissions from Raw have been really nuts. Really fucking nuts. I think Raw has some of the greatest potential for an artist that is really making this type of sound. Some real true organic hip hop. But Raw submitted Black Sheep off my new EP, 4-Course Meal, top 10 of the year. Top 10 of the year is a crazy claim. That's crazy. So we definitely got to be the judge of that. Oh shit, we got lyrics in here too? Let's get it, baby. Okay. Raw, Black Sheep.
When they see me, they know that every day when I'm breathing, it's for us to go farther. I don't want them to be like, they know what I'm going to say because it's polite. They know what I'm going to say. And even if I get in trouble, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that what we're supposed to do? I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world. But I guarantee that I will spark the brain.
Hey, what's my niggas always shouting extra ish in the net? Say you shooting for the top and never hitting the net. Best instruction for the press because I'm coming correct. And I ain't even break a sweat in the court, and that's a light flex. Back in my bully, it's like I never left. Took a break from my social media, had to decompress. Only those who walk in love progress. The rest are left to mind the stress inside the mind the size of Budapest. Give all my dreams a reality check. Through being broken by my lonesome in the pit of duress. I swept the dirt from my rug and got to cleaning the mess. And now I focus on the treasure here deep in my chest. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. And it's the black sheep coming, painted light and boom. We in the belly of the beast and here the feast on the wolves. And if it's in me, get the step and disrespect in the rules. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's take it back into the age and knocking beats in the booth. We keep it jazzy with the rhythm like we stock in the blues. And if you hear the match conditions, then you added the crew. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. And never bothered by these critics steady jocking my moves. I keep it cool when I be running like a still in my groove. Ain't concerned with who be popping on the next who's who. Bunch of actors that be capping who be telling the truth. You say you cooking up a hit? Yeah, that's cool. Paying out to get some clicks? Shit, I knew. You understand that when it flops? I told you that I don't think I'm on the same level as you. I take my time, I never spitting, never missing a line. Remember days I doing right, but I ain't missing them lines. Till my time will come, I'm only here to feed you the light. Some people hungry for some substance, here's an app you can type. Don't ever worry about the critics, know the clout of the hype. But my time to produce them while I'm kicking the rhyme. Know the track can be a classic, never aging like wine. So when you speak the name rhyme, or the king of my god. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. And it's the black sheep coming, painted light and boom. We in the belly of the beast and here the feast and the wolves. And if it's in me, get the step and disrespect in the rules. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's take it back into the age and knocking beats in the booth. We keep it jazzy with the rhythm like we stock in the blues. And if you hear the match conditions, then you added the crew. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I don't think he was lying. Shit. Shit. Shit.
It's basically saying, look, these are the problems here. You know, and here we are 10 years or plus later, the problems are still there, and the intensity of the music has built to the no hope, the I don't give a attitude. How did we get from Grandmaster Flash, the message, to where we are now in hip-hop?
Let's go. Yeah. What was the quote? Top 10 of the year. Yeah, I don't think Raw was lying, man. I don't fucking think so. Like, fuck. God damn. Oh, man. The lyrics here are fucking everything. But you guys know the drill. Let's break this one down. We're going to talk about three things here. Talk about the instrumental. We're going to talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Black Sheep. So, really good theme here. Really, really good theme. But let's talk. So, the instrumental. I believe there's a bar in here where, Raw was talking about, yeah, it is produced by Raw. Let's go. Yeah. Talking about, practicing, producing, and yeah, there was a couple bars in here where I was like, oh, shit. Let's go. Okay. So, yeah. So with that in mind, self-produced, really well done. I love the addition of the quotes and the samples in here. I think melody was a really, really big thing as well. Super simple but really effective instrumental. Much like TDG said in the chat, brings like kind of like an old school boom bap, like classic hip hop vibe, but like keeps it a bit modern with the sound selection and the flows. Mostly the flows kind of keep it very balanced as well, right? Very modern, very like in today's standards. So I do feel like Raw hit the nail on the head when it comes to production here. But I'm gonna say melody. The melody here was very memorable, very chill, very laid back, very catchy. And overall the instrumental was mixed really well as well. Just wanted to point that out for sure. But yeah, the instrumental very, very solid. Let's talk vocals here now. Raw literally fucking like, wow. I would have to say the hook though. I'm not gonna lie, it's surrounded by a lot of insane writing. and it's backed up by a really, really good cadence. But this hook is like very catchy, and like this is like one of those really well constructed tracks. You know what I mean? Like from start to finish, this is a really um a well constructed song. Like I really like the structure, I really like the theme, and I like the hook. I think the hook just like really tops it off for me. I can see why top 10 of the year would be a claim, you know what I mean? It definitely has like all the check marks is hit for like everything you'd want in a song, you know what I mean? It really hit all the boxes. It really did. So the vocals were stellar. I like the mix on them as well. Nothing clashing too overbearing. A really standard kind of mix. I think it did it justice for sure. But the hook is really topping it off for me, definitely. So let's talk theme here. Aesthetics are really nuts. Just based off this song alone, I'm getting like that classical, like rich mansion kind of like library feel, like for sure. So I feel like this cover like 10 out of 10, 100%. Throw a little parental advisory on there, you call it a motherfucking day, you know? So aesthetics are on point. But now Black Sheep, right? Kind of like the phrase of, you know, black sheep in the family, kind of like the oddball out. Um, you know, and it's not necessarily a theme all about that, but it does kind of dive a little bit into, you know, being a black sheep of life, I would say. You know what I mean? Like it would it's more like a black sheep in like all in all everything rather than like you know, say just a family. It's more so like I'm different than a lot of people out here type shit. And I think Ra definitely touched on all of those topics for sure. I think Ra did a really good job with this theme. Cause simple theme, but really twisted it and turned it to really like get a not only like a lot of like emotional turbulence out, but also like was able to spit and write down a lot of bars here that were like really consistent throughout the whole track. So I feel like this theme is like a really top theme from Ra. I could see why Ra would consider this top 10 for sure. I would have to agree 100%. So with that said, huge shout out to Ra. Much, much, much love, my friend. Make sure you follow Ra on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Ra MC on Twitter. Ra is approaching 570, about 8 away. So go show Ra some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subs on the main channel, so make sure you go sub to the channel. Show us some love, show these artists some love. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show these guys, and go show the channel some love. And for those of you that already have, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys know the drill. We see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. And we love you. We appreciate it. So, let's continue on. We have, I think a couple more first time submissions. I'm not gonna lie. Paris White. Now, Paris was an artist that we had recently hosted on the Music Monday SoundCloud with Sketchy Face. So huge shout out to Sketchy as well. We host an exclusive track with these two on it. So make sure you go show that track some love. But this is the first time we've reacted to Paris White on the Music Mondays podcast. So this will be interesting. So we're gonna go with obviously blind, right? Like, you know, we don't know anything, so don't know what to expect. Interesting. Okay. 2021. So relatively old, not brand new, but not like ancient. So let's get into it. Paris White.
up hating myself in the world, and it's harder for me just to breathe. Don't know what's wrong in my space. Is it them? Is it life? Or is something the matter with me? I smoke my asthma from skeletons up in my closet at night when I'm falling asleep. Wake up the next day, so hating existence. I out of my bed and the cycle repeats. I put these hoes in your hands just like God, cause I'm burning inside and I want you to hurt. I heard you talking to me, you wanna come through, say what's good and put me on the shirt. Can't like the beast, but it's shit that he murdered. Pull up with a problem, we leaving it hurts. Your friends is up 20, you making it worse. You know that my team is leaving it dirt. Yo, bitch is my freak on a leash, that's a shirt. She swallow my demons for free like dessert. I know my ops mad, boy, I know that they lurk. This cleaner gon' wipe, does that sound like a germ? Leave him lay flat in the back like a perm. We put in that boy in the ground like a worm. These mortals all leak, I love when they squirm. I patiently wait as they fall off the first. Treat us hard, block your I'm waking up hating myself in the world, and it's harder for me just to breathe. Don't know what's wrong in my space. Is it them? Is it life? Or is something the matter with me? I smoke my asthma from skeletons up in my closet at night when I'm falling asleep. Wake up the next day, so hating existence. I out of my bed and the cycle repeats.
Wow. Um, I kind of had a feeling on what to expect, but my prior knowledge of Paris was a collab track, right? So we've never really like fully dove into Paris on like a solo track, but this is like, wow. Okay, so we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of this track. So, let's talk instrumental. Wow. So the mix is great. Nothing clashing too overbearing, especially with how loud and kind of like almost slightly like distorted and muddy this is super tight, really, really solid mix. I like this mix a lot. That's kind of why you saw me like put in my other headphone right quick. I was like, wait, hold on, because I wanted to make sure that was like as clear as I was hearing it. And it was such a tight mix as far as the instrumental goes. So I really like the mix a lot. Sound selection was really good. 808 selection was really, really good. Everything was nice and dark. Everything complemented each other nice. Just an overall really well produced instrumental, especially for some dark trap shit. Even teetering on some like trap metal, alternative trap kind of sounds. So I think this is really well done for sure. I like this choice a lot. Let's talk vocals here though. So vocals are nuts. A lot of the ad libs and like backing vocals are a nice touch as well. But all in all, the mix is great. Again, for as much as this track has going for it, and like what's going on and how much is going on, I think the mix is really, really solid. Again, nothing clashing too overbearing. I think everything cuts through nicely. I don't think anything was like really drowned out. I feel like Paris did a really good job with everything here, especially delivery and things like that. Definitely a very like gym turn up kind of like party track for sure. Definitely a bit of like a kind of like more of like a aggressive kind of track, like you're going to get up and fucking turn up to this for sure. But yeah, I feel like vocals are like really, really well done. I'd say delivery is probably the shining star for me. This delivery is really putting it over the top. Because some people can make like really aggressive kind of like heavier shit and not sound as serious. But I think Paris did a really good job with his delivery on this a lot. And I just enjoy it for sure. So instrumental solid, vocals really, really solid. Let's talk theme here. Now, aesthetics, this is definitely some like insane, more grungier kind of an art style, and I think it fits this track really nicely. It kind of has that like it has like a like a dirtier, grimier feel, but something about it is really fresh and original. And I like the color palette of it a lot. I like the color choices a lot. I really do. Slap a parental advisory on there. You're pretty much good to go, to be honest. So aesthetics are on point. It's definitely grimy. It definitely looks like this song feels. But overall theme, Paris definitely brings the heavy aggression on here. So this is definitely one of those, like, you know, the majority of the theme and like the whole, I would say, I guess, substance, quote unquote, if you will, definitely comes from the verses. And even then, it's kind of like one of those real, like, the more you listen to it, the more you're gonna get that emotional release from it. You know what I mean? Because that's what a lot of these heavier tracks kind of help you with. Is like, you're going to the gym, you're going on a run, you're cleaning the crib, you're about to go fight somebody, you're in the fucking, I don't know what you got going on, but this is definitely one of those tracks where you can get up and go. You know what I mean? Like, you can just get up and fucking go. So I think Paris did a really good job when it comes to making themselves kind of stand out in the heavier kind of genres. You know what I mean? I like the way that this was constructed a lot, a lot. And this dropped in 2021, and it doesn't look like that Paris has dropped anything on their page in quite a minute. Yeah, I think it was that single. Yeah, so I would love to see Paris really continue on. I would love to see Paris drop some new shit, because I'd be glad to react to it here on the show, like, truly. But with that said, make sure you follow Paris White on Spotify, and make sure you follow Paris White on Twitter. Paris is approaching 800. That's a great milestone. 10 away, so go show Paris some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subs on the main channel. I actually love saying that. So huge shout out to anybody that got us to 120. And if you haven't subscribed to the main channel, make sure you go do so. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show these artists and go show the channel some love. So, let's continue on, my friends. This next artist, Deathrite, is also a first-time submitting artist, but we have featured them on SoundCloud Sunday, but I don't think we featured them on the show. So this is definitely a first-time reaction here. So definitely don't know what to expect. We're gonna pop this open in a new tab. Deathrite. Oh, Heather. Oh shit, we got a video, lyrics, and description. Okay. All pop, alternative rock, email, alternative pop. Great tags. Lots of love in the comments. Okay. I'm intrigued. Let's get into it. Deathrite. First time submitting artist. Oh, Heather.
So
Wow. Okay. Like, okay. What the fuck? Holy shit, man. Um, Death Right. That was quite the fucking first time submission, my friend. Goddamn. Okay. Let's break this one down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Oh Heather. So, wow, 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 wow. The instrumental though. Let's talk. So, this mix is so fucking solid. Really, really tight around the edges, nice and wide, nothing clashing at all, nothing too fucking much, not at all. Like, this mix is as crisp as it possibly could have been when you're talking about the instrumental. I definitely feel like this mix was A1. For sure, it was A1. Um, the structure and the melody probably are the shining stars here for me when it comes to the instrumental. Whoever produced this did a really, really good job. I love everything about this production, like, for sure. Quite the choice, for sure. So instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals here. Now, vocals are another conversation. Um, the mix is stellar. The mix is fucking really stellar. Like, it's very crisp, much like the instrumental. I believe somebody said it in the comments as well. Um, what did they say? Your vocals are so crisp. I'm in love. Yeah, I would definitely say they are very, very crisp. Again, whoever produced and engineered this did a fucking outstanding job. And Deathrite with the delivery on this just did such an amazing job, man. Like, wow. The mix is a 10 out of 10 for me. Like the mix is, I wouldn't change a thing. And I very, very rarely say that. There are artists that just have like really, good mixes, and their shit's just like on lock. But this is definitely some insane shit from a first time submitting artist. This is pretty rare. Um so yeah, the mix on both the instrumental and vocals really did it for me, for sure. But outside of that, the writing is pretty nuts. The writing is it's not like simple, but it's very poetic. It's very it tells such a nice story, but keeps it lighthearted. Um, it's not too overbearingly emotional. It keeps that like moving forward kind of feeling. Keep your head up, but at the same time, like getting like your feelings out. You know what I mean? Um, but there's so many like great melodic elements to this that like even if you weren't going through emotional turmoil, you're going to enjoy this song, you know what I mean? Just because of like how well it's constructed and like what the mix is like. So yeah, it just makes it super super enjoyable even for a first time listener, you know what I mean? So the instrumental was really insane. Vocals are definitely fucking insane. Delivery, writing, um and really cadence are really putting it over for me. Definitely some shining stars for sure. Um, let's talk theme though. I love the aesthetics here. I love this simple cover choice. Definitely brings that like dark dreary feeling that you know, you're kind of feeling when you write shit like this, but at the same time like it has that like mysterious feeling to it as well. So there's kind of like an interesting line being drawn here with this art. And it definitely keeps like the whole more darker, it's like darker and like ethereal kind of vibe. So I think this art like really pushed it over the edge for me, for sure. Definitely. Um but Oh Heather, right? The overall theme is super inherently obvious, but I think what I want to touch on is just the way that it was constructed overall. I feel like it was very poetic yet super storytelling. Um, and the way that everything was kind of structured and laid out, made for like a first time listener, like just have they're able to have like such a easy time fully grasping this theme. So I think that's a really great talking point, right? Is like being able to write something as emotional as this and as concrete and like clear, but you know, a first time listener and pretty much anybody could totally get behind this and fully understand it, from like a storytelling point of view. Or even if you're trying to figure out the theme and things like that. So um well fucking done, to be honest with you. Really, really well done. Um yeah. One of those themes where like you're gonna get behind it if you're kind of going through it, and then if you're not, you're gonna enjoy it for what it is because it's so well put together. And I think that's like such a good place to put yourself when you're talking about emotional music. Sometimes there's just emotional music, and then there's like, fast paced emotional music and the more alternative pop like kind of stuff. And I think Deathrite did a really good job drawing that line for sure. So with that said, make sure you follow Deathrite on SoundCloud. They are literally 2 away from 650. And of course, make sure you follow Deathrite on Twitter. Deathrite is approaching 200, man. Go get Deathrite to 200 followers on Twitter. Go show Deathrite some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 motherfucking subs, my friends. So go sub to the main channel if you have not already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And huge shout out to anybody that already has. Dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. You guys are much, much appreciated, and we see you, and we thank you here at Music Mondays. So let's continue on, chat. I believe we're going to take a 5-minute commercial break and dive right back into our audio submissions. We do have quite a few left, but a lot of these, are first time submitting artists. So it'll be really cool to, dive into these. So we are leaving off with, Fern. X1 Fern to be exact. So I'm really excited about that one. And then right after that, we have King Mark. So with that said, we are going to take a quick commercial break. For those of you that are hanging out in the chat, make sure you guys get up, go get yourself a snack, go get yourself a water, a smoke break, all that good stuff. Yeah. So we're going to run some commercials. We'll be right back with Music Mondays, episode 111. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Music Mondays podcast. I hope you're well. I hope you're chilling. How are we doing? We are back from our quick commercial break, and we left off with Deathrite. So up next, we have the homie Fern. Now, again, Fern is an artist that we've featured on SoundCloud Sunday, but we have yet to react to on the Music Mondays podcast. So I'm definitely excited to get into this one. We're just gonna go in blind. Let's see what we got. Fern Bloody plus Christian. I assume Christian's feature. Drama beats. Yep. Lots of love here. Deep Rest, shout out Deep Rest. Yeah, lots of love. Holy shit. Okay. 7 days ago, so relatively new as well. Let's get into it. Fern Bloody.
Take your time, walk it back, I guess it's fine. When I'm with you, I feel like I'm doing time. You'll always fight dirty before you deserve me. I tell them I court you like I'm losing my mind. I always get lighter, I just put up on my sweater. I advantage on my own, and it's sorry on my tongue. I have pills I need to take just to fix the past mistakes. And instead of you know, I think I'm losing my glow. I always get lighter, I just put up on my sweater. I advantage on my own, and it's sorry on my tongue. It's 20 on my wrist, got my water, take a sip. When it's time, get it fixed before I'm left alone. Anytime I'm feeling fatter, but nobody gives a fuck. I was starting sending letters, didn't see I should've talked. I was strong when I first met her, then I had to give it up. I was strong when I first met her, but now I think I'm fucked. Now I'm feeling fucked. I was showing clear signs you never liked. I was down by my feels and I'm stuck in a cycle that I can break. Cycle that I can never seem to stray away from. Working with it, we look so dumb. Ties that break and we get closer. Changing our views apart from one another. I was getting lighter, I just put up on my sweater. I advantage on my own, and it's sorry on my tongue. I have pills I need to take just to fix the past mistakes. And I said it, you know, I think I'm losing my glow. I was getting better, I just put up on my sweater. I advantage on my own, and it's sorry on my tongue. I had 20 on my wrist, got my water, take a sip. When it's time, get it fixed before I'm left all alone.
Bro. What the fuck? Like, bro, are we serious right now? Like, are we Jesus, fuck. Alright, yeah, as I mentioned, we have touched on Fern during SoundCloud Sunday, but we have yet to react to them on the show, and my fucking dude, fuck. All right, man. Let's not waste any time. Let's break this down. So, we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We'll talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Bloody. So, yeah. Oh, and we have lyrics and description, by the way. But this is one of those tracks where the sound just kind of like took you off. Like it was really nuts. Yeah. So let's break this down. Let's talk instrumental here. Drama beats. This is quite the instrumental here. The instrumental has a lot of personality, like a real lot of personality. I think this instrumental could be a track on its own. Like if we're being completely honest, I feel like this instrumental holds its own. Like it really is a powerful fucking instrumental. Not only is the mix a 10 out of 10, really, really stellar, but on top of it, even deeper than that, I really feel like the structure was everything here. The structure was really everything. So structure, big shining star. Mix, like I said, really solid, nothing clashing, too overbearing. I do feel like it was filled with so much personality That sometimes mixes like this can be fucking insanely hard, but I feel like this one was so crisp, man. So crisp. So I love this instrumental choice. This producer fucking demolished this 100%. Let's talk vocals. Fern sounds amazing on this. Like, sounds fucking amazing on this because of a few reasons, right? The mix itself is um the mix itself is very crisp, super crisp. Again, with vocals nothing clashing too overbearing, right? But even deeper than that, it's such a clear mix. It's such a clear vocal style, and I like the vocal approach a lot on this. Because everything was super alternative and super like had so much emotion and personality. I feel like keeping the vocals the way that Fern did was a really good choice. Really good choice. So I'm liking the vocal mix on this a lot, like a real lot. Um, I would say the hook is a massive shining star. I would say the hook is a real big deal, like for sure a big deal. Um, Not only the writing but the delivery on this hook alone is like really fucking impressive. Like really impressive. Super catchy, really pleasing to the ear. I think the hook really put it over. But Christian just kind of um it Kristen was like it was such a compliment, you know what I mean? Like it didn't stray too far from what Fern did. It really goes back to like the feature kind of theory that we always talk about as to where like if you're gonna have a feature on a track, it's got to be somebody that is totally gonna stick with your vibe but bring something new to the track. And I definitely feel like Kristen definitely brought that separate element that this track needed, but it didn't stray too far from like what the actual track was, right? So I feel like the feature was perfect. Um, you know, if you were gonna do a feature, I totally think that this is the best way it could have turned out. 100%. So vocals really stellar. Let's talk theme. Um, so aesthetics are great. I love the color, like the color palette. The choice overall is so minimalistic that it complements the song because the song has so much to it. Um, from lyrics to sound to just everything. So I feel like the simplistic approach for the cover was was just such a great addition, to be honest. So I like the cover choice a lot. Um, but the overall theme lyrically, I do feel like Fern and Kristen definitely touched on their respective emotional feelings when it comes to a theme like this. The hook is definitely obviously like a big kind of foundation, but I do feel like Fern and Kristen, like I said, kind of gave their respective like POVs and feelings towards this kind of emotional writing style. And like Kristen didn't like drift like too far apart, and I feel like when you talk about a theme, like I feel like these two like really stayed on point and almost like um just complimenting each other like lyrically when it comes to um actually like staying on theme, right? Like I feel like these two were in such unison and were super consistent throughout this track. Like I really like the structure on this. So theme was like completely on point, especially when it comes to writing. I feel like these two were very much on the same page, and were able to get their own feelings out on the same track, which is like, a win-win. But with that said, huge shout out to Fern. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Fern on SoundCloud. Fern is 10 away from 500. That is a great milestone. Make sure you follow Fern on Twitter as well. Fern is approaching 330 followers. Make sure you follow Fern on Twitter as well. Per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subaroonies, so make sure you go sub to the main channel. And huge shout out to anybody that already has, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. Get it, baby. Ryuki, what is good, my friend? I hope you're well. Welcome on in. Happy motherfucking Monday. We are continuing on, my friends. So, up next, we have the homie, King Mark Music. Now, Mark has literally demolished this year. Mark's been very consistent at not only their own craft, but Mark is also one of those active members of the Music Mondays community. But we've done a lot of content with Mark, and Mark has become a true staple to the Music Mondays podcast. So, this week, Mark submitted a track titled Sick to My Stomach. And I believe it is some unreleased exclusive King Mark. So, we shall open this up in a new tab. Mark, don't miss. I completely agree. Yeah, we got some exclusive unreleased King Mark going on here. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Exclusive Music Mondays premiere, King Mark, Sick to My Stomach.
Sick to my stomach, and I wish I had you right here, right beside me. You got me so fucked up, the feeling so empty. You say you need me, and I say I love it, but I'm full apart. Got me sick to my stomach, and I wish I had you right here, right beside me. You got me so fucked up, the feeling so empty. My stomach, and I wish I had you right here, right beside me. You got me so fucked up, the feeling so empty. You say you need me, and I say I love it, but I'm full apart. Got me sick to my stomach, and I wish I had you right here, right beside me. You got me so fucked up, the feeling so empty.
I like the ride out. Let's fucking get it, baby. Possible open, y'all know what to do. Hey, hit that fucking line, baby. Hit that fucking line. Especially if you're watching this on YouTube and that shit still hasn't been filled. Y'all motherfuckers better not sleep on that shit, baby. Fuck me. Well done, Mark. Well done. Let's fucking get it. Look at you getting the chat all emotional and shit. God damn. God damn. Fucking shit. But yeah. Wow. Well done. Well done. Exclusive unreleased King Mark. Let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Sick to My Stomach. You know, vocals are fucking nuts on this, but before we dive into that, this instrumental is one of my favorites from Mark that has ever been chosen. I really think Mark did something super special with this instrumental here. As far as choosing this, 100%. These two prods definitely killed it when it comes to making a collab. I think it brings back that kind of like alternative pop style. It's not too fast. It's not doing too much. And a lot of the little things are really nice. Especially like the choice of risers. Like the small specific things in this instrumental really put it over for me. So yeah, I think this is a 10 out of 10 choice from Mark here. I really feel like Mark kind of um you know really made a good choice when it comes to this. Um it's a very rare instrumental for sure. Um but nonetheless really well constructed. I think these prods did a really good job. Um Shining Star would probably have to be structure or drum choice. I like the way this is structured a lot. Comfortable, you know? But let's talk vocals here. This hook is like everything here. But Mark brings like such a cool element to this that I feel like it kind of um puts a bit of a shine on Mark even more when you have Fiji come in and kind of do this type of style, and then Mark mixes it like Mark mixes in the kind of style where like um it's just more of a different vocal mix as we're used to from King Mark, because as we all know, Mark kind of switches up the mixes from time to time. So when you have Fiji on the same track kind of, you know, doing this style, I feel like it elevates Mark like a bit more. Like it even lets Mark shine a bit more. Um it just makes you as a listener pay more attention to the verses. And then again, you have Mark kind of writing in the storytelling fashion per usual, which is like, damn, like this kind of has like all the really good elements of a King Mark track that you'd want as a listener. Especially when you start to break down the verse, right? Like I kind of got the whole gist in one listen when it comes to this verse, and I think it's such a fine balance that I feel like this track is gonna be a sleeper for time to come. I really feel like this is gonna be one of those tracks that um is just ahead of its time for sure. I like this one a lot. So vocals were stellar. Both of you absolutely demolished this. I feel like this is a really good duo. And just in the fashion that it was kind of made in, I feel like this is like a really, um, you know, you two were just working in unison. Definitely, definitely. So instrumental, really solid. I love this choice. Vocals were really stellar. I feel like you both really just sounded like a true duo on this. Um, but let's talk theme. So aesthetics, of course, exclusive unreleased King Mark, so we're gonna default to the profile picture. Um, and this specific one will kind of always be legendary to me, just because this was like one of the first things that fucking. I think the very first track we reacted to from Mark was a track that had this cover, and well, like not this cover, but this as the cover, and you know, it'll always kind of like throw me back a bit. I'm like, oh shit, that's how that started. But many of you know that Mark has pushed a different kind of aesthetics when it comes to covers, so I'm really excited to see what Mark comes up with when this drops as far as art goes for sure. So yeah, obviously unreleased, so we'll leave that be. Super themed though. Much like TDG said, um, you know, kind of more in the emotional kind of things, right? And a lot of the chat was able to relate to that. I think both Fiji and Mark always do a really good job bringing out that emotional side, but like will like make you want to dance, like that fine line Mark has done a really good job with, where you have instrumentals that make you want to move. They're positive, they're happy, they're fast paced, and then lyrics that are more emotional, personal, and like just one-on-one, and it's such a good line, and I feel like Mark has always written that line in such a really good way, in a really, really fucking good way. And this track kind of shows that. So yeah, I feel like that's something to look out for from Mark, especially as Mark continues to expand on that style of having more fast-paced instrumentals mixed in with some more personal, emotional kind of lyrics. So yeah, look out for this one. Definitely look out for this one. And with that said, huge shout out to King Mark. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow King Mark on SoundCloud. Mark is 9 away from 170. That's a good milestone. Make sure you follow Mark on Twitter as well. Mark is approaching 290. 9 away. 9 away. Make sure you go follow Mark on Twitter. And every artist featured in today's episode, and every episode, all 111 of them, are linked in the description. So if you're like, yo, this motherfucker's fire, check the description. Go show him some love. And while you're at it, make sure you sub to the channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So yeah, go show these artists and the main channel some love. And if you already have, you've been dropping likes, you've been dropping comments, thank you. And I appreciate it. We appreciate it here at Music Mondays. Dead Tomorrow, what's good, baby? Hope you're well. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. There may be a profile aesthetics update this year. I have not decided yet. Oh shit. Let's fucking get it. I'll be waiting for that for sure. Love you, Zom. Love you too, King. Thank you so much for the submission. Per usual. I'm definitely excited for that one. Why you gotta give me my feels amazing song though? Nah, literally. Literally, let's fucking get it, TDG. Yeah, Mark absolutely snapped on that one. So, up next, we got the homie Smitty. Now, it's been a long while since Smitty has submitted to the Music Mondays podcast. It's been well over 6 months, I think. I think it was probably the beginning of 2022. Yeah, it's been a really long time. So this will basically be like a first time submission because it's been so long. But Smitty submitted a track titled Lonnie Johnson Style. Okay. 2023. Interesting. So, brand new. Art goes absolutely crazy. Yeah, the art goes absolutely nuts. What the fuck? Yeah, it's been a while since we've heard from Smitty, so definitely don't know what to expect. So let's check this out. Smitty, Lonnie Johnson Style. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Smitty.
Those guns were literally blowing off the shelves by word of mouth. Couldn't keep up with demand. The other toy gun that was on the market enjoying major success was these Nerf dart guns, and I wanted to have that part of the market too. So I started developing Nerf dart guns, and I've developed guns that outperformed the guns that Hasbro had on the market at the time, and eventually ended up doing a deal with Hasbro to license my dart guns. And at that point, I literally was the king of all toy guns.
Sí, Sato.
Super soaker, super soaker, super soaker, super soaker, super soaker, super soaker,
a soak up, then they get your back. Won't discriminate out whether black and white lives. Please leave race out of this. Got it for Christmas, time for the wishes. Did the damn dishes, grades on high. Now I'm something vicious. Pump is exquisite. Y'all gonna wish I got PS5. And she got Lonnie Johnson style. He got Lonnie Johnson style. She got Lonnie Johnson style. They got Lonnie Johnson style. Yeah. He got Lonnie Johnson style. Yeah. She got Lonnie Johnson style. Yeah. He got Lonnie Johnson style. Yeah. She got Lonnie Johnson style.
You have all been waiting for. Album of the Year. A category that has been won over the years by a distinguished group of artists. From Frank Sinatra to Arcade Fire. From Judy Garland to Stevie Wonder. And the Grammy goes to... Santo.
Bro, that fade out was crazy. That fade out was really crazy. TDG showing some love in the chat. Let's get it, baby. Now, this gas, I completely agree. This was more on the, not like experimental side of production that we usually get, but it's definitely a little bit obscure, you know what I mean? And I love it. I'm totally here for this. So let's break this down. We're going to talk about two things here, because obviously no vocals, so we're going to talk about the instrumental, and we're going to talk about the overall theme of Lonnie Johnson style. So, let's talk instrumental. So, right off the bat, this mix is very crisp. I do feel like this mix, you know, checks off every box, if we're being honest with you. I definitely feel like this mix is really well rounded for what this track is, for as how many, you know, beat switches there are, drops, samples, things like that. I do feel like this mix was very, very tight, and really well done. So huge shout out to Smitty for that. But with that said, the overall obvious elephant in the room and the 100% shining star is got to be the structure, more specifically how this switched up. Like the switch ups and the drops and how everything is mixed in is 10 out of 10. Like it's really well structured. Like this is like a whole, like you get the like DJ experience in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Literally. Like this has the perfect amount of switches. The like the way it's done is so unique and so fucking raw that it's like, wow, okay, like you're just kind of listening to this track progress as it goes along, right? Especially for you know, somebody that we haven't heard from in so long. I feel like this is a great refresher to see kind of what Smitty was bringing to the table as far as production goes, but structure all the way 10 out of 10 was such a great talking point here. Definitely a shining star for sure. Drum selection throughout the whole song though was really well done, especially when you consider how many switches there really are. I feel like structure was not only like just one of the good points, but the drum selection was like something that was necessary to like keep it consistent throughout the whole structure. So they kind of go hand in hand. So both of those things kind of really stood out for me. And then the outro and kind of like the whole last like 30 seconds of this really like topped it off for sure. So it ended on like such a high note. So yeah, definitely enjoyed this. So instrumental solid. Let's talk mix. No, I'm sorry. Let's talk theme here. And more specifically aesthetics, because the more you look at this is one of those covers, right? Where the more you look at it, the more detail you kind of take note of. And you're like, wait a minute. You know what I mean? And you start getting closer, you're like, holy shit. You know, so whoever did this art, I'm assuming Smitty, if not whoever did a really good job. Simple, minimalistic, but really like hits the nail on the head when it comes to Lonnie Johnson and really like kind of like, you know, having a whole lot of detail but like not doing too much, you know? So aesthetics were on point. Overall theme though, Lonnie Johnson style, I mean, self-explanatory, right? Especially when you consider the vocal samples and, you know, the things used throughout the song. I think Smitty absolutely nailed it when it comes to a theme here, especially being a producer. I think this was pretty much the whole package and really well done. So with that said, huge shout out to Smitty. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Smitty on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Smitty on Twitter. Smitty is approaching 1.4K, about 50 away. So go show Smitty some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 130 subscribers on the main channel. So make sure you go drop a sub to the main channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Let's continue on because we have another first-time submitting artist. Hikari Production. Now, Hikari was showing some love in the chat earlier, but this is a first-time submitting artist, so we definitely got to go in here blind. Definitely don't know what to expect. And I believe this is an artist that we've featured on SoundCloud Sunday. So, let's check this out. Hikari, The Labyrinth, I Call My Mental State. 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Wow. Okay, let's get into it. Hikari, The Labyrinth, I Call My Mental State. Let's go. That was a journey. That was a fucking journey. This is such a vibe. I couldn't agree more. This was like a whole journey. I felt like I was just in a movie right there, for sure. That was that was really a trip, like 100%. Okay. So, let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of the labyrinth I call my mental state. Um, the never-ending story kind of vibes. Yeah, it totally like made you feel. It was like more than music. To be honest with you, this was very like epic, very like wide and like big. Um, but yeah, let's talk instrumental here. Clocking in at 5 minutes and 6 seconds. This is quite the track. Pretty hefty, but that's due in part to the long intros and outros. I do feel like that was a nice touch. Especially when you consider like um how comfortable the production is. Like the production is like super minimalistic, but it's like really well done. It's super ethereal, slightly cloud-like. I really feel like it was worth it, right? Like this intro and outro for this one track was like so just really well done. Really, really well done. Um and even deeper than that, let's talk about the mix. I mean, the mix on this was stellar. Even throughout the whole track, nothing clashing too overbearing at all. But speaking strictly on the instrumental, for how much there was going on in this, outside of the melody, the drums kind of got crazy a little bit. The mix throughout the whole track was solid, very, very solid. As I said, nothing clashing too overbearing. Um, I feel like it was a nice balance. It was a really nice balance for sure. Um, but um, I would say structure for this instrumental has got to be the shining star. Without a doubt, this structure is like it blows it like just like this is how you structure a massive song like this. This is like from like start to finish is a fucking story, and this is exactly how you structure this, like for sure. Because the intro is very it has such a build up, and then the outro is such a nice wind down. The structure is stellar, really stellar. Um, so the instrumental is excellent. Let's talk vocals though. The mix is great. It has like this soft kind of just different style of mix. It's not like you know having a mix like this is like such a creative choice, and then like you just kind of gotta build on top of it, right? Kind of develop the style, see what you like, see what you don't like, and I feel like Akari really came through with like a really solid vocal mix on this. Again, with how you know, I don't want to say complex, but like how wide this instrumental is. Hikari did a really good job with vocals, so I like the mix a lot. Um, but even deeper than that, though, the structure, man, the structure is it's hard not to talk about the structure, especially in terms of vocals. So the structure is another thing. But even deeper than that, the writing is very much storytelling. Especially with the lyrics in the description, it kind of brings along that storytelling kind of feeling. And Hakari makes it really easy for the listener to be taken on this journey. You know what I mean? Especially for such an epic song name like this is, you kind of expect almost something movie like, or just big in terms of like you know what your typical structure is, right? Um, this is just one of those tracks that definitely delivers. When you expect it to. Um, so yeah, structure and writing are two huge shining stars here, like for sure. Very much an easy like you just kind of get it. You know what I mean? Like you're right in Hakari's shoes, like for sure. Um, so instrumental stellar, vocal stellar. Let's talk theme here. The cover is like 10 out of 10. Like it's down to the lyrics, like the the snow, the red, the like all of that is mentioned in the lyrics. So like I don't think you could have came up with a better cover here. Like this is like a really 10 out of 10 cover. Um, especially when you're like you don't really like think too much on the cover. You listen to the song and then you check out the cover again and you start to connect the dots. That's what I liked about this. I was like, wait a second, that's fucking clever. And then of course just the aesthetics themselves are really well done. slight cartoon, futuristic kind of, almost like 3D style. So really well done. Now, the overall theme, the labyrinth I call my mental state, is very much that, a labyrinth, right? It's very much slight storytelling. It's like metaphorical, but all in all, it's wrapped around like a really good delivery and flow and cadence that like really kind of helps you picture all of what's being described. And I think that's a testament to songwriting, right? As to where like even if you write the craziest shit for your lyrics and the most, out of the, world songwriting, as long as you deliver it in the proper way, I feel like you can get anything over with any first time listener. If they're into like your style of music, they're going to get into that kind of shit, especially if you deliver it right. And I feel like this was one as to where it had such a big theme that like it had to be delivered right, and Hikari absolutely delivered this right. You know what I mean? Because like for a first time listener, super easy to grasp onto and like really easy to like fit in those shoes. So with that said, well done. Huge shout out to Hikari, man. Make sure you go follow Hikari on Spotify and make sure you follow Hikari Productions on Twitter. Hikari is approaching 430 motherfucking followers. So go show Hikari some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays podcast if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subs on the main YouTube channel. Make sure you go show our YouTube channel some love, and make sure you go show these artists some love as well. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the main channel some love, my friends. So, continuing on. We've had quite the motherfucking show so far. Couple more audio submissions, not like too many. And then we'll move on to media submissions for sure. So, let's continue on. Spear Music. Combo of lo-fi trap rap. Would love to get your take, or anyone else reading this for that matter. Now, Sphere Music is definitely a first-time submitting artist, 100%. Yeah, this will be the first time we're featuring Sphere on the Music Mondays podcast. So, let's pop this open in a new tab and see what we got. 2023, so brand new. I love the cover. I really, really love the cover for sure. 2 minutes 11. Let's get into it. Worldwide Sphere Music. Okay.
Better since I left it. No hate, no regretting when the checks hit. Felt great when the weather changes seasons. And it's gray, I was looking for a reason to stay, and they never gonna talk shit in my face every day. I'm in the deep end. It's the same, but the truth is that I needed a change. Got the boot up in the evening. But that's fate. overseas. Got the clothes and the hoes and they pose for me. What you make in a month on my groceries? Sphere world, my time, come and join the wave. Couple years of my life as a corporate slave. Now I stay on the grind till your boy get paid. I'd rather die as a fool than to live afraid. She She said I'm doing it round, told me to settle it down and get my head out the clouds. She said it's time to move out and fill my head with her doubts. I said I'm not letting up until I'm dead in the ground. She said
Wow. Well done. I mean, referring back to the caption, right? Combo of lo-fi trap rap. Would love to get your take or anyone else reading this. Yeah. Really well done. Really, really well done. Couple different things to talk about here. So, let's break this down. We're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Worldwide. So let's talk instrumental. Definitely an it's kind of an interesting instrumental choice, but it definitely brings that like fast-paced lo-fi feeling. I definitely know what Sphere meant by that for sure, because I kind of see like um both elements from this, so I definitely get it for sure. But with that said, the mix is solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. I definitely really enjoy a lot of, you know, this structure, just because it's super simple and kind of lets a lot of the vocals do what they're meant to do, especially with like such a fast-paced instrumental like this. I'm glad it's not doing too much. All in all, I like this choice. Kind of like I said, kind of a more interesting choice. I definitely feel like not everybody could choose this and actually do something like really decent on it. So I think Spear did a really good job here, 100%. So instrumental, very solid. Let's talk vocals. Vocals. Flow and cadence are really crazy, really, really crazy. I like a lot of the genre flipping. You know what I mean? It kind of gets melodic, kind of have a couple different flows going on in the verses. Starting off with the mix though, another mix that's really solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. I definitely feel like this is a really like well-rounded kind of tight mix. Not too overbearing at all. But yeah, writing is definitely notable for sure. Writing is really, really interesting here. But I'd say Shining Star's got to be um a lot of like the melodic elements and kind of like the delivery overall. Um, really told me that Spear was more um an experienced kind of artist that has been working at their craft and like their skills for like quite a while. Um, because that style is just so well developed. And you can just tell that it's a real like it's been something that's been worked on for quite a while. So Sphere definitely did a really solid job with vocals for sure, for sure. But yeah, writing is definitely notable here. Flow and cadence, 100%. But delivery and a lot of like the melodic elements of this really like um kind of surprised me. I was like, wow, okay, okay. So vocals were definitely really well done. Let's talk theme here. Aesthetics. I love this cover. Whoever did this edit did a really good job. Super simple, super minimalistic. Just a really well done edit. Um, and of course, self-explanatory with the worldwide kind of title. So it's like, you know, super easy to get behind. Super easy. Um, but yeah, Sphere talks about a couple things in here in regards to being worldwide, you know, the phrase actually, being worldwide, and a couple of other things that, stuck out to me and kind of, again proves that Sphere is like a developed songwriter, because it's just such a simple subject and phrase that you could break down into like um further punchlines and things like that. So I do feel like Sphere did a really good job with that. As far as taking like a real simple theme and breaking it down and really kind of being upfront with everything. While also showing off like a lot of like lyrical ability. I really feel like a couple things were touched on in here. Especially you know the slight underground bars and you know it's a very dream chaser kind of track, but it still has like a very much like serious element to it as well. Um, so it rides like a really fine line. Um, but all in all, Worldwide is definitely like um the whole package as far as like what you'd want on like a first time listen from an artist, like for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Sphere. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Sphere on Spotify and make sure you follow Sphere Music on Twitter. Sphere is approaching 164 away, so make sure you go follow Sphere on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subroonies, so make sure you go sub to the main channel if you have not. And if you already have, before we continue, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Those of you who drop likes, drop comments, all that good stuff, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Yeah. So, I believe we have a couple more first time submitting artists. So let's continue on here. We have the Goof Room. I believe this is a collective page that submitted a track from someone by the name of Official D-Man entitled Back Seat. So, again, first time submitting artist. Let's pop this up on a new tab and see what we got here. Definitely going in blinds, of course. Don't know what to expect. Clocking in at 332. D-Man, let's get into it.
Sign.
Still the same D. Still the same D. Still the same D from MP. SUV, the backseat. Tank on E, you can't leave. Got a med feel so real, you can't breathe. We gon' vibe today. Every little second it's on delay. Best kept thing from a mile away. Call action, no time delay. Let's contemplate. Chilling on my gang spot. Kama nisisinto bathi ngeke expand. Phanda push up esala ngempela slide. Singamadela kufana ngempela sod. Call me for the gas. Window frames, I'ma be your van. Sparks gon' fly, we don't need no match. Time go by as you go.
off rip mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything's really well balanced. Everything cuts through nicely. As far as the instrumental goes, I love the mix for sure. Um, Bringing definitely like an alternative R&B vibe, way more slower, way more chill. Definitely slightly ethereal. Maybe like a slight, older hip hop feel as well. But all in all, I like this instrumental choice a lot. I feel like D-Man definitely knows what they sound good on as far as like, picking instrumentals or producing instrumentals. This is definitely an artist that knows what they can kill. You know what I mean? Um, so really like this choice a lot. Um, a shining star's got to be the melody though for sure. Melody laid a really great foundation for this hook and the flows that were to come in the vocals. So uh, really solid instrumental choice. Really really solid. Um, let's talk um vocals now. Again, mix really really solid. I like how well rounded it is. Really really like just a solid kind of like standard mix, nothing clashing to overbearing. Again, like that's the main thing you kind of want to it's like the obvious thing you kind of like hear when you first listen to a track, but like when you start like thinking about like the real details of like um actually getting a mix to this final point, that's when you appreciate a mix a lot more. And yeah, with that said, vocals are stellar when it comes to this mix. So, you know, two vocalists on here, D-Man and Lee. So D-Man, 100% Shining Star's got to be the writing. But even deeper than that, the delivery was amazing. Definitely has that like chill kind of delivery, but has that like slight bit of attitude as well. Nah, it's not attitude, it's more confidence. It's like way more smooth confidence than it is attitude for sure. So it has that like chill, kind of laid back, confident flow for sure. Which I loved. So writing and delivery were really A1 here. Um and then Lee kind of came in on a more melodic side of things and really complemented this track and really brought it more deeper into that R&B kind of element here. So I feel like they both complement each other a lot, a lot, a lot. Um, you know, these two on the track really made for a nice blend of genres, right? You kind of get that like, modern version of like classic hip hop, with some like slight R&B, alternative R&B kind of vibes. So yeah, I like these two as a duo a lot for sure. Really well constructed. So let's talk theme. Aesthetics are perfect. Definitely brings like the old school vibe, and I love the edit of it like kind of being like a TV kind of frame. Like it definitely has that like TV kind of look, and I love it for that. I love it for that. I haven't seen that style in a while. Um I think Blank Thought was like one of the last artists that we saw with a similar kind of style like this, but um well done. 100% well done. Simple, minimalistic, but really effective. Really, really effective. Um, so aesthetics on point. Definitely keeps that like classical, like old school feel, but very modern. And like I said, of course, always the parental advisory slapped on there. Really nice touch. Um, but the overall theme, Backseat, is like I like this title because it dives so much more deeper into like metaphors, um, like actually going on rides and like traffic and like there are so many like um, you know, lyrics that relate to backseat, but like it's not just like a simple hook that has like backseat in it. Like calling the song backseat really is like the simplest way you could have put this. It really is like the simplest fucking way you could have put this. Because it dives so much more deeper into so many metaphors and lyrics and um you know, you don't know what you're in for when you get a song like this, you know? So I feel like it's a nice surprise when you start unpacking it all. So really solid choice as far as the song title goes. But with that said, huge shout out to D-Man. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow D-Man on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow D-Man on Twitter. D-Man is approaching 550 followers on Twitter. Go show D-Man some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 130 subaroonies. So go sub to the main channel if you have not already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So if you're not subbed, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. But no, seriously. Huge shout out to anybody that already is subbed. And if you're not, please go do so. But yeah, let's continue on, my friends. So, let's see. So we got Dinez, Swagoo, Dead Tomorrow up next, Heavy Metaphors, Booze, EDG, Troy, Yules, Bloodcat, Olipop, and I believe Scuba Steve. So like just under like 10 audio submissions left. And then we're going to roll back around to our media submissions, like visuals and things like that. But with that said, we are going to hop over to another quick commercial break because your host absolutely has to take a piss. So make sure you go get up, get a snack, go get a drink, go take a bathroom break. You know, I mean, shit, you might have to take a bathroom break too. But the Music Mondays podcast, episode 111, will be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Music Mondays podcast. Yeah, quick bathroom break, man. Like, I can't be focusing on reactions when I gotta take a piss. That's probably like the worst shit. So, for the sake of proper reactions, um, always necessary. Always necessary. But we left off with D-Man, first time submitting artist. Huge shout out D-Man. Up next, we have the homie D Nez. Now, Dinez is quite the artist, quite the fucking talented artist for sure. Bringing some R&B alternative pop vibes. Dinez has not only shown a lot of love to Music Mondays, but their submissions have been just really fucking crazy. So I'm really excited to get into this one. Dinez submitted The Promise. So, pop this open in a new tab. 2022, so not brand new, but definitely not old whatsoever. Let's get into it. Dinez, The Promise.
Your face, your smile is all that I want. Just to hear your voice still gives me butterflies. Ooh. Rain or shine, I'm with you always. Your heart safe with me. Oh yes it is. I'll wait patiently for that day. I promise I'll be. I promise to keep my all. You can trust in me. I'll never leave your side. That's a promise that I will keep. I'll keep you safe from harm. I'll let no one hurt you again, my baby. I promise. When I look in your eyes, you are the prize. You're so special to me. I love you for all time. Rain or shine, I'm with you always. Your heart stays with me. Ooh, I'll wait patiently for that day. And I promise to be. I promise to give my all. You can trust in me. I'll never leave your side. And that's a promise I will keep. I keep you safe from harm. I'll let no one hurt you again, my baby. Yeah, yeah. I promise.
Fuck, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, much to break down here. Much to fucking break down here. So, yeah. This is like the definition of like modern R&B, but like it's like modern like independent R&B, like hard as hell. I agree, Ryuki, because it's just like such an insane mix of like the really good kind of like modern trap elements, but like it's still so unique and like very like organic. So yeah, much to discuss here. But with that said, let's break this down. We're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of The Promise. relatively obvious theme, but still a really good theme. So, instrumental. Definitely, like, it's like the perfect mix of like an alternative kind of instrumental, along with like, a lot of the really good like slower R&B elements. So, not like a shocking choice from Dinez, but a really good one nonetheless. It makes it solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. I love the drums. I love the drum selection. Definitely the shining star there for me. Um, yeah, I just definitely really like this instrumental choice. I would, um, you know, this is like made for Dinez. Like this is like peak. You know what I mean? Like this is like what it's meant to sound like. So I really like the instrumental choice. Instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. Vocals are amazing. Really, really amazing. Dinez has quite the melodic voice. Really knows how to work autotune. Really knows how to work their voice in general. Just the delivery is 100% the shining star. Super emotional. Really on point, and you can feel the emotion. You know what I mean? Like you can genuinely feel this emotion. So 100% delivery is totally up there for me. Totally up there. The writing is very passionate as well. It's not like complex writing, but it's very like in your face, like clever, passionate, honest writing. Which is always such a plus. But yeah, this fucking delivery is everything. 100% the delivery. So instrumental, very on point. Vocals are really just really nuts. Really fucking nuts. But let's talk theme here. Aesthetics. This cover definitely is bringing that like 80s, 90s like R&B vibe with like the filter, the color palette, with the font. Like it's bringing like very much like throwback vibes, and I love it. I love it a lot. Because this song is like I said, like the definition of like modern R&B, but it's like very unique though. It's not manufactured like industry R&B. It's very much like unique and raw and like honest, So, I feel like Dinez really did a good job with that for sure. So aesthetics on point, but the overall theme of the promise is relatively obvious. Um, Promises to people you love, promises about love, promises to yourself. Very much a love ballad, if you will. So a super easy theme to get behind. And I think Dinez did a really good job kind of solidifying that and making it like inherently obvious like what this track is about, but also like bringing you so much substance with the melodies and the lyrics and everything kind of wrapped into one. So this is again kind of like everything you'd want out of a Dinez song, like for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Dinez. Make sure you follow Dinez on Spotify, and of course make sure you follow Dinez on Twitter. Dinez is approaching 873 away, so make sure you follow Dinez on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 130 subroonies. So make sure you go sub to the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the Music Mondays channel. So go sub the channel if you haven't already. And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. Much appreciated. So, continuing on. Up next, we have another first-time submitting artist. Lots of first-time submitting artists tonight. But we have an artist by the name of Samo, and they submitted a track titled I Do. 2023, brand new. No background, obviously, first time submitting artist, so we're going in blind. So I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely interested. 2 minutes, 1 second. Samo, I Do, first time submitting artist. Let's go.
I do. Yeah. Don't play with me, play with your I am not the next man. Niggas ain't right, they get left in my left hand. Grab a. I need a fronto pronto. I went about with all my brothers. I got a spot by Lando. Green salsa on my tacos. I'm eating good a lot though. Black and brown biddies, for me and my vato. Me estilo no es barato, tener que trabajar. Estoy muy ocupado, estoy cruzando el lago. I don't want your bag, just the money, yo. Finna hop in my suitcase, Duffy overflow. 30 to me is old, that's why I'm on go. Feel like I'm running out of time, bitch, I got to blow. Fuck it, time I'm rocking shows, dirty rocking shows. Not for all, I'm kicking doors, and then dodging potholes. I hoes at UNT, and coolie right up the street. Who that? That's Mr. E. Shades on that, notice me. Open up that fucking door. They told me I was next. I'm in the store trying to get this weight up on my fucking chest. It's kicking in, I'm losing stress. You see why I'm obsessed? Nigga want beef, I know they trying to finesse me out of check. My head on straight, I'm blessed. Yeah, man, they giving no press. AD stay bringing that press. I expect nothing less. I ain't trying to mess. Smell like you be smoking red. Feel like I'm on the edge. My feet hanging off that ledge. Like nigga don't jump, but I ain't gon' jump. I'm just trying to clear my head. Where my Medicaid? I done spent the grip on meds. Middle school sign that pledge. Nowadays I'm smacked by the ground. Mr. Ride Van D's, I don't give a damn.
Damn.
I do. Oh yeah.
Samoa went fucking crazy for 2 minutes straight. Like 2 minutes straight right there. Holy shit. Before we get into this though, welcome God Bananas, and huge shout out to Bananas for the 23 months with Twitch fucking Prime, getting us to 8 of 20 of our motherfucking sub goal. Welcome back to the family, Bananas. I appreciate you, my brother. I love you, and thank you, my friend. Welcome. So yeah, back to Samo, first time submitting artist, my friends. Wow. Everything from instrumental all the way to vocals was just very, very, very fucking hard. So, let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of I Do. So, this instrumental was 10 out of 10. This producer fucking killed this. Super, like, real simple melody, but, like, one of those melodies that's, like, it's just, like, as a producer, you could just hear the drum patterns and the potential and just so many, like, really, really good fucking ideas. So, I'm glad this producer went above and beyond here, for sure. But the mix is very, very solid. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Shining Star has got to be the drums. 100% the drums. I really, really like the drums on this. You know, really just one of those instrumentals that you could easily, like, spit for 2 minutes, and that's exactly what Samo did, like, for sure. So yeah, love this instrumental choice, and I definitely think this prod did a really, really good job. Let's talk vocals though. Samo fucking ate this. Like, really came through and destroyed this instrumental. Like, straight 2 minutes of spitting, 100%. So it'd be kind of a disservice and disrespect if I didn't say writing and flow wasn't the shining star here. Like, that is just inherently obvious that Samo is a very, very talented not only songwriter, but vocalist, just because of how everything is delivered and laid out. That's true skill, 100% true skill right there. So I love not only the flow and cadence, but the overall structure of this whole song. I like the approach that Samo took. There was a couple of spots where the beat was able to breathe and shit like that, and you know, you were kind of like able to absorb a lot of the punchlines and lyrics. So it's a fine balance, but again, a really good cover song. And cover song as in, like, you know, somebody doesn't know you, they walk up to you, and they're like, yo, like, you make music, da-da-da-da, and you show them a song. This is what you gotta show them, because it's like, this is like the whole package, for sure. Especially for us being first-time listeners, right? This is the first time that Samo has been on the show, so it's like, you know, I couldn't think of a better first impression, to be honest. So vocals are really, really well done. Really, really well done. I don't think Samo wasted an inch of this instrumental whatsoever. So let's talk theme here. Cover is really nuts aesthetically. Simple but very effective. Kind of has that like spotlight effect. It's definitely a more memorable cover once you listen to this track. I really feel like it's one of those where like you look at the cover, you hear the track, and then the cover has more of an impact. It totally is one of those. But nonetheless, really well done cover. So aesthetics on point. But I Do is like one of those kind of simple song titles for like such a complex, really like well written and like well constructed track. Because it's like I Do is so simple and short, but it's like you hear this song and you're like, what the fuck? And it's just Samo spitting for fucking 2 minutes and you're like, okay. You know what I mean? So I like the play on words there. It's kind of like a simple title, but you know, underneath the hood you have a real complex song filled with a lot of punchlines and a lot of really well delivered lyrics. Yeah. With that said, a huge shout out to Samo. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Samo on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Samo on Twitter. Samo is approaching 220, about 6 away. So go show Samo some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 130 sub-roonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. Let's get right back into it, my friends. Up next, first time submitting artist, but a avid supporter of the Music Mondays platform, Dead Tomorrow. We don't have any experience with Dead Tomorrow, so I'm definitely excited to get into this one. They submitted a track titled Hazard. My goth girlfriend works at a Domino's Pizza. Okay. Alright. Before we go into that, let's pop this open a new tab. Okay. So Hazard, my goth girlfriend works at a Domino's Pizza radio edit. Okay, so 9 months ago. So the original is right here. Okay, so I get it. We kind of have like a remix going on here. Interesting. Okay. Let's hop right into this. Dead Tomorrow, my goth girlfriend works at a Domino's Pizza. Damn. Okay. Um, this is interesting because we have yet to hear the original. So it'll be interesting to give insight on this. For sure. It'll be very interesting. Um because without hearing the original, this is definitely something that we have limited insight on. So, with that said, let's kind of like skim the original and see.
The moon out and pursuing of what I need, just a Benji.
Yeah, see, I would have much rather preferred to hear the original, because this is definitely like a massive, massive remix for sure. Um, yeah, so this is interesting. One thing we can't talk about though, we won't dive into vocals. We're gonna talk about the instrumental and we're talking about the overall theme of this track. So, strictly speaking on instrumental, this, right off rip, we're gonna talk about the mix because the mix is like perfect. I feel like this was like a couple of like few knobs away and a couple of sample switches to this being like a crazy ass mix. Um, so the mix is like really really on point. Especially for what it is, right? You have these like really really wide 808s and just like a um really like aggressive song structure. Like the song is like coming at you like straight 90. So the mix is everything here. Mix is really really everything. But deeper than that, sound selection was stellar. I really like the choice of 808 while we're talking about it. Um, and all in all, like from skimming the original, this definitely seemed a lot more fast paced than what the original was. But again, I um, you know, would have preferred to dive into the original first. But regardless, I do feel like for what this is definitely stellar. Especially for all the choices, it definitely gave it more of like an aggressive feel, 100%. But I'd have to say the shining star's got to be the structure, just because of the outro and how fast paced it is. I definitely really really liked how this was like a complete different approach, for sure, especially regarding the instrumental. Um, but yeah, I mean, for what this is being like a remix slash radio edit, it's really well done, really really well done. I like the fast pace of it, you know what I mean? It definitely like brings like a whole new kind of feel to this track, for sure. um so instrumental, very very solid, especially for what it is. um let's talk theme though, aesthetics, complete cover switch, and I really like the original cover. um Kind of like one of those, like you can tell it's like a remix cover, but like especially if like this is a track that you really enjoy, you're always gonna remember this cover, especially for it being a remix. So it's like, let's fucking get it, you know what I mean? Like I felt like this was like really really on point. Um, but yeah, so aesthetically, it's chill. I like it a lot. But the overall theme, like I said, I um love um the whole kind of like radio edit slash like remix kind of deal. I really feel like this is something that producers need to do a lot more, especially for tracks that they really enjoy. And all in all, like this is our first submission from Dead Tomorrow. So I would really, really like to see this continue. And I would like to hear a lot more from Dead Tomorrow because I feel like Dead would have um a lot to contribute when it comes to more remixes, singles, things like that. So I can't wait to see what Dead Tomorrow comes up with in the future. But this is a really great first impression, especially for a first time submitting artist. 100%. But with that said, make sure you follow Dead Tomorrow on SoundCloud. Dead Tomorrow is approaching 10 fucking followers. Make sure you follow Dead Tomorrow. I'll get fucking started. Go show Dead Tomorrow some love. Or away. And of course, make sure you follow Dead Tomorrow on Twitter. Dead Tomorrow is approaching literally 20, about 8 away. So go show Dead some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 130 Submaroonies on the main channel. So go show the main channel some love. And we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, man. So make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some motherfucking love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at the Music Mondays podcast. Thank you. That was crazy. That was crazy. What's up, chat? What's up, Heavy? Welcome on in. I hope you're well. Happy Monday. I'm back. Had to finish cooking. What I missed? Bangers, probably. Yes, indeed, bangers. Dead Tomorrow. Let's get it, baby. Thank you for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. But up next, we have the homie, Heavy Metaphors, actually. Heavy is coming through with a track titled Fallout. Prod Heavy Metaphors. Heavy is a long-time submitting artist to the Music Mondays podcast. You know, many of you know Heavy Metaphors for their alternative cloud-like style. Definitely more sometimes experimental production. But Heavy has been submitting to the Music Mondays podcast for quite a while, since we've basically started, I think, within like the first 30 episodes or some shit. So it's been a while. But let's pop this open in a new tab, and we're going to see what we have here. Heavy Metaphors Fallout. One day ago. So we got some brand new Heavy. Okay. Bandcamp, YouTube. Okay. Twitter and this. Okay, we love the description. Okay, we love that. Let's get into it. Okay, Heavy Metaphors Fallout. Proud Heavy Metaphors. it. Let's fucking get it, Heavy. Some rare heavy vocals there, man. Let's fucking go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's break this down. We're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Fallout. So, yeah. Clocking in at 3:48, this instrumental is really solid in terms of structure. It definitely stays consistent, but it keeps you engaged. It doesn't like stay too stagnant or anything like that. I really like the structure of this a lot. Outside of that, the mix is really good as well. Nothing clashing to overbearing, relatively simple. I like the drum selection as well. The metal definitely plays a huge part. Definitely catchy. But all in all, again, kind of bringing that like really solid, cloud-like, slightly ethereal, alternative, like heavy metaphors, human resources kind of style that we all know. So I feel like Heavy definitely nailed it in terms of production for sure. So instrumental, definitely solid. Um, let's talk vocals here because this is definitely more of a rare track. Production dumb hard, I agree. Um, yeah, in terms of vocals, this is definitely more of a rare track. So like, it was a pleasure to hear Heavy spit some vocals on this, and it definitely brings like a more kind of a more like slow kind of like experimental R&B, definitely alternative, like slightly melodic vocal style that like, I would love to see Heavy expand upon more. I like this style a lot. I really feel like this style fits Heavy nicely, especially with like this kind of, laid back production, but like it has a lot of like wider elements, you know what I mean? Like some of the 808 and bass choices, some of the heavier drum choices are just like a fine balance of everything, but writing was also solid here. I like the structure as well because there wasn't like a second wasted on this track. Like the whole 3:48 is like really really well thought out, to be honest. It definitely makes it for like a really solid listen, especially like on the first time if you've never heard of Heavy, never heard of Human Resources. It definitely makes it worthwhile for sure. Um, so production very solid, vocals very solid, especially it being a rare vocal track. Let's talk theme here. I love this cover. I was actually thinking about this cover like the whole time. I was like, dude, this cover is really really hard because you have like the kind of like heavy cutoff and like the color palette is really really nice. Kind of has that like light bulb, fucking like that close up of a light bulb kind of vibe. Um, and it just matches that almost like not like vaporwave, but like it's like a slight like alternative style that Heavy and Human Resources have always brought. So I feel like this cover is very complimentary of this track. I feel like the cover does this a lot of justice, a lot of justice. It's bright, very much like this track kind of makes you feel. So I like it for that. Yeah, so aesthetics on point. Um, let's talk the overall theme, right? Fallout. Again, kind of like a simple phrase and a simple title for a more complex track. I do feel like there's a lot of lyrics to digest here, and there's a lot of themes that you could dive into and really kind of like, break down um, heavy metaphors, kind of mental here. Um, so I feel like this is one of those where you can get more and more from it as you listen. So again, this is going to be a track where it's really good for the library just for the simple fact that it's going to age like fine wine. And people are going to find this more later down the line and as Heavy puts out more music, this is going to be the one that kind of sits in the collection and really like it's going to shine at the right time because this is like ahead of its time kind of shit. But nonetheless, I really like Heavy with vocals. It's definitely been a rare minute, if ever, that we've reacted to heavy metaphors with vocals on the show. So with that said, a huge shout out to Heavy Metaphors. Thank you for the submission, my friend. Much much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Heavy Metaphors on SoundCloud. Heavy is 10 away from 100. That is a great milestone. Make sure you follow Heavy Metaphors on Twitter as well. Heavy is approaching 2K or 1.1K if you fancy that as well. Make sure you follow Heavy on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 130. I almost forgot subscribers. So make sure you go sub to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Huge shout out to anybody that already has. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show the main channel some love and these artists as well. So let's fucking get it, chat. We are deep into audio submissions, my friends. So we have Booze, TDG, Troy, Yule's Bloodcat, Olipop, and I think the rest are yeah, because HBAM Records, I believe, does not. Yeah, HBAM does not follow the page. Zanarchy, Piano Man. So we got three submissions here that don't follow the page, and then we got Scuba. Ideal, I believe, submitted late. Yeah, so we have a couple of audio submissions left. I think about like 5 or so. So let's hop right in. Love you, baby. Let's fucking get it, Heavy. Thank you for the submission, my friend. Let's fucking get it. So, up next, we have another first-time submitting artist. Tonight was the night of the first-time submitting artist, I guess, because we have a lot. But, with that said, up next, we got the homie Booze Radley. And like I said, a first-time submitting artist. So, we're going to go in blind here. Next submitted a track titled Ghost Sounds. So, not too sure what we're going to be in for here. So, let's... Holy shit, 2018. Okay. So, we got some throwback shit here. For sure, some throwback shit. My lord. Alright. Hummer Rock since 2013. Okay. Let us open for you. Maybe... So, I'm assuming this is a band, maybe? We got a bio... Philadelphia 5-piece Bomber Rock since 2013. Okay. So we got a whole crew up in this bitch. Alright, bet. Alright, let's get into it. First time submitting artist Booze Radley, Ghost Sounds. That was a trip. That was a fucking trip. Punk vibes heavy. That was wow. Wow, 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 wow. I completely agree, Mark. Absolutely. Phew. Okay, so that was quite the experience, but let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Ghost Sounds. So, what a powerful instrumental this is. What a fucking powerful instrumental this is. So right off rip, this mix is really good. Especially for how much is going on in this song. Like there is a lot of sounds, there's a crazy structure, and the mix is still really solid. Really, really solid. So that's one thing you gotta take note of as well. Is just the mix, like strictly like talking production is like really solid, really, really fucking solid. So um yeah, the mix might be the shining star for this production just because it is that erratic. And they did such a good job with structure and like kind of like tightening up everything. I really do enjoy this mix. Um, yeah, so instrumentally, this is really, really solid. But let's talk vocals because the vocals are like such a core of this. Um, Mix is solid. It definitely has a little bit of clashing. Um, I would have liked to see, I mean, granted 2018, so like, lots has changed since then. So I'm sure they've developed their sound much, much more since then. Um, but outside of that, vocals like the writing is something else, like something else. And it definitely goes in relation to the overall theme as well. Um, so yeah, yeah. Writing is a big one here, for sure. The hook is definitely up there. I'm tied between those two, the writing and the hook, for being like two really, really big shining stars for me. Um, but yeah, yeah, everything about this, um, is so surrounded by this writing. I think the production amplifies the writing, and the lyrics themselves kind of, put a deeper meaning to Ghost Sounds and the cover and things like that. So, lyrics were stellar. Delivery was also very stellar. The vocalist did a really, really good job. Really good job, for sure. Um, so let's talk theme here. Cover is really interesting because we have the whole crew and it's this kind of like hand drawn like apartment, kind of like divided cover where they're all kind of like doing their own thing in like separate rooms. Like it's a really, really fucking creative cover. Whoever did this did a really, really fucking good job. like a really, really good job. Um, so aesthetically this is absolutely on point. But the overall title of Ghost Sounds and like in relation to like the lyrics and things like that is like totally like a very haunting, slightly like eerie kind of set of lyrics, but it's backed up by this fast paced, more alternative style of sound. And I think it's a great blend, to be honest with you, because you start like digging into the lyrics and you're like, holy shit. And they start making more and more sense. And again, it's gonna be one of those songs where you pick up more and more from this as you listen to it more. So yeah, I think they did a really good job in regards to theme here and songwriting. Really, really good songwriting, 100%. Everything just kind of on point, and you kind of get the whole package here. As far as theme and everything else goes, it's very much easy to like understand what's going on here for sure. Which is always nice, especially for even like an older track like this. They were fleshing out themes, in a real solid way, which is really sick to see. So with that said, huge shout out to Booze Radley. Thank you so much for this submission, my friends. I hope to see you again because I would like to hear some more recent tracks, 100%. Make sure you follow Booze Radley on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Booze on Twitter. They are approaching 1.2K, so go show them some love on Twitter as well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 130 subroonies, so make sure you go sub to the main channel if you have not. Yeah, we upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments. You guys know the drill. Make sure you go show love to the main channel and these artists as well, my friends. So, let's continue on. Up next, we got the homie TDG. Now, TDG has been destroying shit recently. Between throwback tracks, newer stuff. TDG has just been throwing us all types of curveballs, truly. So I'm definitely excited to get back into some TDG 100%. Brought and performed by me, mixing and mastering done by Cole. Okay. Feeling neutral. Alright. Let's pop this open a new tab. Let's see what we got here. 4 months ago, so relatively new. It definitely has one of those like more TDG kind of covers. Like this is such a like a unique style. TDG has really developed like such a like staple art style for sure. Okay. Let's get into this. TDG feeling neutral.
McLean, come back.
I just wanna feel something. I just wanna feel something. I just feel nothing. Don't wanna deal with nothing. Wanna be something. Yeah, blah, blah. My brain discuss. Feel left out the discussion. Make too many assumptions. Without evidence, what is prevalent? Am I even relevant? I don't know what the message meant. Don't wanna be ascending yet. Nope. I don't wanna stay. I don't wanna go. Can't feel my face. Losing on my hope. Fear my fate. Where do I go? Yeah, I don't know. I'm so stuck in the road. Don't take the blame. Act like I don't know. I wanna change. I just wanna float up, away. I'm so stuck. I'm a break. Out of luck. Damned with fate. Fears I can't face. Lost in a dream, someone wake me. God, are you there? My prayers is you'll take me or shake me. Yeah, this doesn't feel real lately. My actions hastily, impulsive bad decisions daily. Is it worth it? I'm debating. Don't wanna go, but I don't wanna be staying. Lost my mind, not on vacation, a wicked place. Is it me who's dodging, dipping fate? Counting minutes, ticking days. Lack of patience, so I'm switching lanes. My decisions killing me. Inflicting pain, conflicting ways. Spinning in the waves, the tide pulls. Ain't a hole, digging a hole. Take me home. I'm too deep now. I can't see it out. The light I keep out deep down. Hiding from the truth. Yeah.
Beat's crazy.
Lying, what's the use? Cover up what I do. Deja vu is nothing new. Up to me, yeah, I choose. How to react, I wanted to detach. Was there, then relapse. Was standing tall, then collapse. A matter of fact, I ain't intact. Put myself in a box, it compact. Compressed, weight on my chest, doesn't let me rest. Just let me rest. Seeking pleasure, please I flash. My soul in peace, I neglect. Always reflect instead of accept. Whoa. Lost my respect, lost my trust. Fell victim to lust, talking gluttony. Lost love from me, I'm too tough to me. Float above of me. Third person, is the hurt worth it? Will I bounce back? Trying to forget with a loud back. Thoughts gone, where's the sound at? Cuts may heal, but scars not in mine. There's the times when my life was much harder than I. But I'm larger than life.
Hey, okay, TDG, okay. Damn. So yeah, that's a really rare one right there. Lots to discuss. Lots I really like about this. So let's break this down, my friends. we're talking about three things here. TD go. we're, we're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of feeling neutral. Yeah, so the instrumental is such a talking point here. Such a talking point. It's so unique, slightly experimental. It has a lot of like really cool, kind of interesting elements that like I don't know, like you don't see them in a lot of like certain experimental hip hop beats. I feel like not a lot of people are very experimental when they want to do shit like this. Like I feel like everybody just goes to the standard like boom bap like style. Like I feel like TDG is like one of the only artists I've heard that also produces these kind of beats that really strives to put like different sounds and obscure shit in these instrumentals that, you know, TDG just finds cool or sounds cool. So I like this production a lot for like going outside the box and kind of making everything sound good, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't sound too classical and doesn't sound like you're trying to like like uh like do something like somebody else has done, right? It doesn't sound like you're trying to copy boom bap. It sounds like you have like inspiration from a couple things and you kind of put them all together, you know? So I'm a big fan of the sound selection. Sound selection is like everything in this instrumental. And it's like one of the first things I noticed. Everything kind of is complementing each other. And I really like that. I really like that. So this instrumental is really good. Really, really good, especially for like what it is, right? It's very experimental, but not like so crazy that it's like, what the fuck is this? It's just it's different and it keeps it intriguing, but it kind of has all the elements of like classic hip hop that you enjoy. It's bouncy, it's you know, so it draws a nice line, 100%. So the instrumental solid. I love the sound selection. Let's talk vocals here. Vocals, we have the signature kind of TDG flow. TDG has like such a really like almost staple flow that TDG molds around so many self-produced instrumentals. That I think it's like really impressive that TDG comes through and is just able to um spit lyrics on a lot of these instrumentals so flawlessly, and that's why it's like so typical that like TDG like TDG's just out here self-producing and still like spitting like this on these. It's like the more I think about it, the more it's like holy shit, you know, like it's like what the fuck, like it kind of blows my mind a little bit. So I love this kind of creative process, and I want to see artists kind of think outside the box more, but you don't have to go like crazily experimental, right? Like you don't need to go like just too outside the box, right? Because that is a thing, but thinking outside the box is also a good thing, you know. Just be trying new shit, and I feel like TDG like is always doing that. And you know, 4 months ago, this is totally like a reflection of that. This is one of those where it's like you could tell the experimental style was really like shining here, really shining here. So I like that about this. Outside of that though, flow, cadence, definitely solid. But like I said, outside of that, writing. Always interesting to listen to TDG's kind of writing and you know, kind of dissect the bars, but really like continue to enjoy the song as it progresses. So I would say structure is another really good talking point here. Very important, very important. Mix is solid as well. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Shout out Cole. Cole always does a really good job. So instrumental solid. Vocal solid, 100%. Let's talk theme here. Totally a TDG kind of aesthetic, right? Feeling neutral kind of has that like magazine cutout font and the classic like TDG font. Like this cover is like everything TDG, to be honest. You know, you're gonna see covers like that and you're gonna automatically know that like, oh, that's a TDG cover. You know what I mean? So totally fits the experimental style as well. So it's a good choice. Definitely a good choice. Um Art by Cole. Yeah, I kind of recognize that font. Um and Cole kind of definitely has developed that style for TDG, right? Because we have seen some other covers by Cole for TDG, and that's kind of like where that style comes in, right? I feel like Cole does a good job like pushing that like experimental art style as well, to go along with the sounds. Cole Goated, yeah, completely agree, completely agree. Um, but yeah, really, really well done, really well done. So aesthetics on point. Feeling neutral. So again, kind of like one of those themes where it's like it's a simple phrase, it's a simple kind of background, right? But it expands on it so much when it comes to bars, punchlines, and lyrics. Like TDG is really, really spitting in this. So this is one where you'd want to go back and kind of dig through this and re-listen, you know what I mean? And you're gonna re-listen each time and get more and more bars, literally. Like you're gonna be like, oh shit, you know? So it's one of those gems again that ages with time. Especially if you're a fan of TDG and you support TDG. This is definitely one of those that you're gonna keep listening to and you're gonna be like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like I just kind of like understood that, or I just got that, or whatever, whatever. So definitely brings that kind of simple theme, but TDG expands on it really, really nicely throughout the track. The progression is just nice, you know. So, with that said, huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much motherfucking love. TDG is approaching 990, about 7 away. So make sure you go follow TDG on SoundCloud. Make sure you follow TDG on Twitter as well. TDG is approaching 160, about 4 away. So make sure you go show TDG some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 130 stubberoonies, so make sure you go sub to the main channel. And if you already have, thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, all that good stuff. And like I said, huge shout out to all of you guys that already have subbed to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. Let's continue on. Appreciate all y'all. Makes Mondays lit. I love the community. Let's fucking get it, TG. Love to hear that, my friend. Love to fucking hear that. Much love, my friend. Much love. Thank you for your submission as always. Of course. Thank you. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, up next, we got the homie, Troy Van Dusen. Now, Troy is our residential experimental producer. Troy has a lot of styles on lock and mixing them on lock as well. But Troy has been killing it with submissions over the last couple of weeks. And one of those producers that really takes himself serious in terms of being an artist, right? Troy may not do vocals, but Troy certainly loves to release instrumentals and really build a platform for himself. So, Troy submitted a track titled Free at Last, intro, from 2018. So another little bit of throwback here from Troy. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Free at Last intro. Cover is crazy. Is that Minecraft? Is that wool? Kind of looks like Minecraft. But yeah, I'm kind of interested now. So let's get into this. Free at Last intro. Troy Van Dusen. Oh shit. Damn. Structure solid in this. Okay, Troy. Okay. Oh damn! It just cuts off like that. Shit. God damn, Troy. All right, baby. So let's break this one down. We're gonna talk about two things here. We'll talk about the instrumental and talk about the overall theme of Free at Last intro. So, let me start off by saying the mix is very solid. Especially for the synths and the slight amount of bass and things like that. I like the mix. Solid, well rounded, tight around the edges. Troy definitely does a good job with it for sure. But strictly talking instrumental, this might be one of my favorite Troy Van Dusen songs. Definitely has a lot of like style and pizzazz, a lot of bop, and like the structure is the big thing because like being from 2018, Troy has had quite a few tracks where the structure is just like, super repetitive, which we all do as producers early on, right? You just kind of cooking up beats and you don't realize like how repetitive things can get. This is like one of those earlier tracks where Troy was doing crazy shit with the structure. And it's super noticeable. So structure is definitely one of my favorite things here. Troy did a really, really, really good job with structure, for sure. Probably the shining star, to be honest with you. But the second shining star got to be the instrumental switch. I feel like the instrumental switch was like a really like nice touch. Made for like some variety, you know what I mean? Especially being some early Troy, it's like wow, like really impressive, really really impressive. So structure, the beat switch, and overall synth selection were really really solid and definitely some shining stars for me. Let's talk theme though. Free at Last intro. So aesthetically, super minimalistic cover, and I like it for that a lot. Troy has had like some obscure covers early on, and this is one of those ones where like 2018 Troy was on some different shit sometimes, I guess. Like this one was like really well constructed as far as theme goes, as far as aesthetics go. Like all in all, this totally had like the whole package, and especially being from 2018, so I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Definitely one of my favorite Troy Van Dusen submissions thus far, 100%. So with that said, make sure you follow Troy Van Dusen on Spotify, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow Troy Van Dusen on Twitter. Troy is approaching 810. Troy is about 6 away. So go show Troy some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 130 subaroonies on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love, my friends. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So let's continue on. Up next, we have the homie Yules. It's been a minute since we've heard from Yules, man. It's definitely been a minute. But with that said, Yules has a really, really great experimental style, and definitely one that I'm a fan of. But this next track actually made it on SoundCloud Sunday, and it's fucking gas. So I'm glad we have the chance to react to it here on the show. So with that said, let's pop this open in a new tab. Let's take a peep here. Clocking in at 136. Cover is 10 out of 10. Yules, The Mantra, featuring Goth Croft. Let's go.
Getting money and staying up and mix us some munch. Stay with the motions and my bitches a dance. Blowed up the green and I feel like a lantern. Watch for these niggas, they just scheming and they can't stand. Niggas they just broke and they can't get right. Me, I'm a polo, 4 in a Sprite. Alright, I'ma be alright. I'ma get this money, put a 4 in a Sprite. Your bitch coming back, make that bitch say yikes. Niggas bitches be so true, say oh. Put a dirty bitch on a pill. The babe so real. That's like T-Sick, Korean in a party. I'ma do my dance everywhere and it'll be a toe. Baby tryna set the benzos on my dick, told her dope. Yummy. I mess with this
bitch while I rock my Ed Hardy. Methadone, clinic swag, white say I'm gnarly. And I'm inked up like a Sharpie, pink up in the Barbie. Or now with your bitch, you don't wrap me like a Harley. Hey, that's me, that's me, that's me, that's me. Break down, slug a pound in the house, that's me. Sliding on a bitch down her throat, yeah, that's me. And I'm not for talking, bitches fucking, yeah, that's green. Goth craft, yeah, me, money tall, yeah, Ming. Shocking every bitch like they stand up and sing. And my flip phone just got pinged. Which drug should I bring? Another bitch, red as fuck with the bling bling. Other bitch from the Bay, yeah, she said bling bling. I got mad dog too, but I'm not working at the pound. Might bring your bitch around just to get another round. I'm DTSF, but they know me in the town. Yeah, that's some real Bay shit. Staying 63rd in town, man, what's that sound? That's my weed and it's real loud. And the bitches pass round like they're from the lost and found. Rap bitches, I'm a clown. Baby, keep your head down. Never suck, set me up, bitch. I only got big bucks, only got big guns. Bitch, I pack big sound. Baby from the Bay, and she's smoking on the pain grunts. Couldn't even heard what you said, never gave a fuck.
Couldn't even heard what you said, never gave a fuck.
There is 3 fucking killers on this song, man. Like 3 really talented fucking artists on one track right here. Like wow, wow, wow. The flow, absolutely the flow. Like the flow is something else. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of the mantra. So, instrumental 63 is such a really talented producer, like really knows how to make some fucking alternative experimental kind of like trap, like kind of mixes like a lot of elements together and really brings this like futuristic kind of trap vibe, and it's fucking nuts. But more importantly, his sound selection here on this instrumental is 10 out of 10 for me. Really, really big fan of this sound selection. 63 is just such a talented producer, man. Like I really like this instrumental. And the mix is so solid. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything cuts through like insane. More specifically, this 808 is just stellar, like really stellar. So big fan of this instrumental. And I just love the choice all in all. But let's talk vocals because Yules and Goth really killed this. Yules comes in fucking hot and really sets the foundation here. I like Yules kind of pitched vocals like this. I think Yules has really developed this style nicely. Yules comes in and really fucking lays down the law. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, it's like, okay. So Yules kind of sets the pace, right? Has a really, really good cadence, really good delivery. And then Goth comes in and really, like, just switches up the flow and really tops this song off because it was really good with the instrumental, very good with Yules, and you tie it off with Gothcroft, and it's like, wow. You know, and we don't have any experience with Gothcroft here on the show, so this is the first we've heard of them, and I like this duo a lot. I feel like this is definitely one that I would like to see return here on the show. I definitely want to see these two work a lot more. But yeah, flow and cadence for the both of them were out of this world. I feel like they both ate this instrumental up. 10 out of 10 for me, for sure. From lyrics to flow, experimental, beat choice, 60 killed it all around. Let's talk theme. Now, aesthetics. Simple but super effective cover, man. Super effective cover. So HD, like 4K type shit. Yeah, does it justice, because if you like this track, you're gonna remember that cover and you're gonna be like, damn, that's hard as fuck. So yeah, love the aesthetics. But the overall theme, these two kind of made like the perfect like dance turn up kind of song, but it definitely has that like, you know, slight bit of aggression and kind of attitude, right? And confidence to it where you're like, okay, what the fuck? And it definitely could serve as like what's the word? As like an anthem, you know what I mean? It definitely feels like an anthem, for sure, an anthem. My lord. Yeah, I feel like this is definitely a duo where I want to see them work again, 100%. But as far as theme goes, definitely one of those tracks where definitely makes you want to get up and move. Definitely a great party track. Definitely one of those that has like a lot of attitude, and you could really break this down and like go lyric by lyric, but these two really have a replayability factor when it comes to tracks like this, because you're gonna hear this first and you're gonna enjoy it, and then you're gonna go back to it and you're like, holy shit, you know what I mean? So it's definitely one of those, like, for sure. But all in all, the theme was very solid. Everything was very solid on this. and Yules did a really, really good job. So with that said, huge shout out to Yules. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Yules on SoundCloud. Yules is approaching 230, about 6 away. So make sure you go show Yules some love on SoundCloud, and of course, make sure you show Yules some love on Twitter as well. Yules is approaching 460. Make sure you go show Yules some love on Twitter as well, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 130 subarutis on the main channel, so make sure you go sub to the main channel if you haven't already, and go show these artists some love, my friends. You know, we upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists in the channel some love. Let's fucking get it, chat. Who is rocking on the late night side in the chat, man? Ryuki, what's good? I hope you're well. Dead, what's good? I'm glad you guys are chilling. What's going down? Yeah, late night crew. Late night fucking crew, just chilling. So up next, we have 1, 2. Ideal Raps actually submitted very late. Ideal submitted super fucking late, actually. So Ideal, feel free to resubmit next week, and we'll be happy to react to your track that you submitted, my friend. Yeah, so I think, yeah, Scuba Steve, yep, okay, yeah, so I think we have like 3 audio submissions left. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take another quick 60-second commercial break, because like I said, you guys, this is gonna be like one of those longer shows, you know what I mean? We had a decent amount of submissions, and I spoke a little bit about kind of our process to alleviate that, and really you know, push the show forward, and you know, all that sort of stuff. So we'll be uploading that segment on YouTube, so just keep that in mind. Be out on the lookout for that as well. But we're gonna take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back, and we're gonna hop right into the rest of our audio submissions and our music video submissions. Let's go. chat. Welcome back to the Music Mondays podcast, episode 111. Hope you all had a nice break, but it's time to get through the rest of these submissions and see what we got for the rest of the night. So, we are looking at, we just left off with Yules, and we have Bloodcat, Little Olipop, and Scuba Steve, who is a first-time submitting artist. And then we have our visuals and media submissions. So after that, we have the homie SLM, Cole, and I believe Wet Wet as well. And then finish off the night with Offspring Mysterious. Let's get into it. Back into our audio submissions, we have the homie Bloodcat. And Bloodcat, again, is super fucking talented. Has one of the highest ceilings in all of Music Mondays. Bloodcat just improves and improves and improves and improves. But again, Bloodcat is really really one of those artists that is just always progressing. Always progressing. But this week they submitted a track titled Million. And I don't know. Okay, it is not live. We got some exclusive unreleased Bloodcat right here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Produced by Burning Star. Lyrics. Okay. Let's get into it. Exclusive unreleased Bloodcat Million. Let's get into it.
Million.
7:30.
Network gunning, look at what I'm putting. Take her off road on the gun. You just know what you cooking it. Rose gold by, make a dope boy high. Homeboy shy, yeah, no choice. Had to get the money, had to let him know we got it. Now his mama put that bunny on her coffin. Had to get it, had to let him know we better now. Settle down, you too grown now to let your stones out. Blow out a bag like a candle. She off a bar, no handle. CCS about a sandal.
What?
CCS, they said I can't go. I done took too many Rizos. Put some pressure on a mental. On a mental. She over me, she going pinto. Gotta whisper to the bag, you gotta tiptoe. Popping like a dimple. Peanut butter diamonds match my skin tone. Yeah, make a bitch spin, make a limbo. Big Ben. Big Ben that I'll throw him out the window. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Yeah. She cocoa for my nuts, she going Wilson. Only route for soldiers, but I only fight civilians. Mama, I just made $1 million. She a vegan, but the pussy also different. She a vegan, but I bought a crocodilian. Put my semen in a cocktail, the peasant. She call me dummy, but she fuck me cause I'm brilliant. Mama, I just saw a shooting star. I just looked inside a mirror, saw a shooting star. Mama, you done made a superstar. Life gets hard when they know who you are. And I said, yeah. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Yeah. She cocoa for my nuts, she going Wilson. Only route for soldiers, but I only fight civilians. Mama, I just made $1 million. Two stones on a Hilton. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. She cocoa for my nuts, she going Wilson. Only rap for soldiers, but I only fight civilians. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million. Mama, I just made $1 million.
My lord. What the fuck? Dude. What? Dude, come on, bro. Come on. This is not right anymore. This is not right. What the fuck? So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Million. BCAT don't miss. Not you're not lying. Like what the fuck. Um. So yeah, let's talk instrumental. Burning Star is definitely not a prod that we've heard Bloodcat work with before. If we have, it's been a while. But with that said, regardless, mix is very, very solid when you want to talk about instrumental. I love the structure. Big, big fan of the structure. This is a producer that gives a fuck how their instrumental sound outside of vocals. 100%. Just because of the structure, I know that this prod is very just a skilled producer for sure. So structure is a big thing here. I love the structure. Um, big shining star there for me. And then the drums. The drum selection is everything here. I feel like these drums are like really top notch, especially when you want to talk about the 808. Just the little things too, right? The clap was nice. There was a lot of things in here where I was like, yeah, this is like really well done. So the instrumental alone is like 10 out of 10 for me. Burning Star absolutely killed that. So let's talk vocals. This was like a very storytelling kind of a Bloodcat track. Definitely put you right in the shoes of Bloodcat, but even deeper than that. Let's talk mix. Mix is solid. No surprise there though. Bloodcat has always had a really tight, well-rounded mix. You can always expect that from Bloodcat. You know what I mean? Not a shocker. Not a shocker at all. So yeah, mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing, but definitely one of those storytelling kind of tracks. Deeper than that, I feel like Bloodcat's lyrical ability in this fucking song is nuts. The punchlines are getting better. Somehow getting more confident. Like, and it's just topped off by like those hooks that we know that Bloodcat can really kill. Really just wraps this whole thing together. The hook is everything here again, but this is one of those rare times where the verses kind of do rival the hook. They're kind of like just as good. Not that anything has been like better than the other, this or this, but it's just like the hooks are always so outstanding from Bloodcat. But this is one where the verses kind of like are mashing the hook, and it's like, damn, like this is like so well rounded. So well rounded. You know what I mean? From verses to the hook to everything. So songwriting and a vocal structure here are A1. Like really, really A1. So let's talk theme here. Aesthetics are great. Definitely another style of Bloodcat art that we have yet to see, and I would love to see Bloodcat expand on, right? Bloodcat's definitely been one to never be shy to use whatever they want. And this is no different. Especially with like the whole cat theme and the aesthetic is always just turns out so nice. And this one is definitely up there for me. Simplistic but effective for sure. So let's talk overall theme, right? You know, kind of an interesting theme here because the Bloodcat is kind of talking like in terms of the future, but at the same time talking about like present times as well. So like this is a very much like a like perspective and like future kind of song. Like this is gonna be again a song that ages like fine fucking wine. Like for sure. Like this is one of those themes that's like anybody could get behind, and Bloodcat kind of took that theme and let it run. You know what I mean? Because the verses will totally tell you that. Totally tell you that. Just took this theme and let it fucking run and really let the lyrics kind of do the job here for sure. So the theme was excellent. Really simple, but kind of a theme that any supporter or first time listener can easily get behind. Especially with the way it's structured and sounds is like it's hard not to. You know what I mean? So with that said, huge shout out to Bloodcat. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Bloodcat on Spotify. Bloodcat is approaching 1.4 on Spotify. Go show or on SoundCloud. I mean, what fuck? But yeah, SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Cat Calls Fashion on Twitter. This is Bloodcat's new Twitter. Literally 8 away from 10 followers. So make sure you go show that some love, my friend. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 130 sub-roonies, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you already have, thank you, my friends. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, and we appreciate it. And thank you. Much fucking love, my friends. So, on to our next audio submission of the night. Lil Olipop. Now, Ollie has been killing it with his submissions recently. You know, kind of had a bit of a wider variety between styles, genres, you know, remixes, and a whole lot of good stuff from Ollie. So, I'm definitely interested to get into this next track, and definitely have another creative ass song title. My poor little lean in my Sunny D. Oh shit. Okay. 8 days ago, so brand spanking new. Okay. So let's check this out. Lil Olipop. Let's get into it.
Yes, Mojo. But the Reapers are doing well. Should we really risk moving on to round 2 with the new hunter?
Yeah, Olipop, this shit goes hard.
I'm a poor little lean in my Sunny D. If you wanna have fun, baby, come with me. I'm so close to blowing up, don't want company. Self-produced, we made the beat, shit, that's still Ali P. I remember back in school, they would make fun of me. And now I'm making fun of them, cause I ain't got a dream. Still young, can't be mad that I ain't on. Nipsey also said it best, shit's a marathon. Walk up in a party, everybody going dumb. Looking at my team like they know we had a blunts. I just threw a bitch and I took her to the club. I don't wanna be cool nowadays, that's a dust. Smoke weed, but I used to pop Xannies. I fuck your bitch and then I make her take a plan B. Say she love me, yeah, well it can't be. I want a crib underwater like Sandy. I heard they sleeping on the kid, it's time to wake up. Hot take, she look better with no makeup. We're no good for each other, we should break up. It's not 50 Taliban and we're going up. BB Simon, right on my true jeans. Now I scheme my supreme like wingman. And I dedicate this song to my day ones. And I'm talking about my brothers who ain't never changed once. I'm a poor little lean in my Sunny D. If you wanna have fun, baby, come with me. I'm so close to blowing up, don't want company. Self-produced, who made the beat, shit, that's low Ali P. I'm a poor little lean in my Sunny D. If you wanna have fun, baby, come with me. I'm so close to blowing up, don't want company. Self-produced, who made the beat, shit, that's low Ali P.
Damn. Yes. Holy fuck. That was nuts. Definitely nuts. I agree, Ryuki. For sure. Outro is gas too. little slight outro there. I fuck with that a lot. Okay, let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of this track. So, instrumental is insane. Self-produced, so I really like this a lot. You know, the sound selection is really great. I love the mix though. Nothing's clashing too overbearing. Everything cuts through really nicely, especially the 808. But sound selection is probably everything for me. I really like what Ollie did here. Everything kind of complements each other. Structure's really nice. Yeah, the instrumental is simple and very clean. I like it a lot. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals are nuts. Probably the best hook we've ever heard from Olipop here on the show. for sure. This track was really nuts, really fucking nuts. Writing is definitely a shining star, but even deeper than that, the hook. The verses are really holding up the hook well. Is like I feel like it was just so well utilized. Like not one part of this track was underutilized, to be honest with you. Um Hook was everything, but these verses really came in and like gave it so much support. Really did. Um so yeah, verses are everything here, but overall writing was really well done. Flow and cadence was another thing that like had a lot of attitude and confidence that I really liked. We haven't heard much from Ollie like this, so I was like, holy shit. Bringing more of like an alternative, slight like alternative trap style as well, like kind of blending a couple different genres here and really coming out with something totally unique. I like this. Um, let's talk theme. So, aesthetics, simple but effective, right? Kind of take like the self portrait, and you're just like, all right, bet this is about to be hard. So it did turn out hard. Like if like you didn't want art for a certain song, or you couldn't come up with anything or shit like that. This is like the perfect alternative, and definitely like holds up your track nicely because it doesn't take away from how gas this is. If anything, people are gonna remember this more because of this cover. So aesthetics on point. Overall theme, kind of one of those like song title doesn't really like need to relate to the overall song. Lots of people do that, right? Like you don't necessarily need to have like your title overall relate to the whole track itself. But I do feel like the whole one word titles are definitely becoming Ollie's kind of signature, especially with the whole lowercase across the board, because some people do it like differently and shit like that. So I do feel like the title itself um is good for consistency as well. But all in all, this was a great lyrical showcase. A great lyrical showcase. Um, Essentially a real confident track. You know what I mean? Definitely a track that's like it's more on the positive end of things, and like Ollie's definitely like spitting the bullshit, and it's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Definitely one of those fuck it tracks, but like it's really well put together, and I think that's something to be noted here for sure. So with that said, a huge shout out to Lil Lollipop. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Lil Lollipop on SoundCloud. Ollie is 8 away from 500. That is a great milestone. Go show Ollie some love, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Lollipop on Twitter. Ollie's approaching 1.2K on Twitter. That is an excellent milestone again. Go show Ollie some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 130 Subaroonies on the main channel. So make sure you go sub to the channel if you haven't. And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. Ideal Raps unfortunately submitted way past when we closed submissions. So Ideal, feel free to resubmit next week before submissions close. You have about a week or so. They close every Monday before the show. They open every Tuesday. So just keep that in mind. Offspring Mysterious, we are about to wrap back around to you, my friend. We have one more audio submission. So Piano Man, Zanarchy, and HBAM Records do not follow the Music Mondays home page on Twitter. And that is one of our only guidelines, is that you're following the page on Twitter before you submit your track. So feel free to drop us a follow, and we'll be happy to react to your track on stream next week. So with that said, our last audio submission of the night, Scuba Steve is a first-time submitting artist here on the show. And they submitted a track titled Gunami and Prod Origami Beats. So let's check this out. Let's see what we have here, ladies and gentlemen. Pop this open, a new tab. First time submitting artist, Scuba Steve. Cover is actually hard as fuck. Shout out the Ginyu Force, man. Literally, holy fuck. Whoever did that art did a really good job. So 11 months ago, not brand new, but definitely not old by any means at all. So let's get into it. Scuba Steve, Gunami.
I gotta make some paper, yeah. Spirit sword, I'm cool bar. Niggas mad cause I fight with honor. Met a bad bitch at the beauty parlor. Next door by my fly barber. She chill with me cause I go harder. I let her shop at Ur Harbor. She let me do it till the day of tomorrow. Lindsay, Lily, and Laura. Got a bad bitch and she sucking my dick. Whipping it out and she licking the stick. Running the bus and she running it quick. My girl looking so petite. She so my soul, I go to sleep. Niggas online be trolling me. In the streets, nobody holding me. Got an oracle like SS3. Already been to jail for assault and forgery. Fans wanting more of me, they wanting more. Nigga, I'm OP, you lame like Toby. R.I.P. Kobe, don't sip on no codeine. She wanna ride my pony when she on her lonely. Post her like a OG, PS1 Sony. Pearly whites, no blue teeth. I'm too cool, you so sweet. Smoke a whole OZ, beat by origami. TV on Toonami, nigga, this Gunami. You do well, you do well. I'm the best like Haki, Ultra Instinct with the Tribing Vapor Nike. I'm a hype beast playing in that.
Rocket right now.
Vapor Nike, I'm a hype beast playing if it cheat a ring. I'm icy Vapor Nike, I'm a hype beast. Yeah, you force post watch on icy. Raw nigga to beef with, crack your head like a cheese it. What Razor did the sense we had your ass wheezing. Half human, half demon, you get lifted up and get it. Don't act conceited. Bobbing and weaving, shooting sneakers, swimming water, nigga. I am scuba Steven, cooked the beef with no season for all of his achievements. Boss get put in a box for disagreements on this shit. I'm not leasing energy, my friends is lending me. Family be the enemy. Loyalty over blood relations, so they know they're not kin to me. Make a nigga see 10 of me. On his way to snake way, better learn kayak in my head is nutty like a payday. Been right rap since 8th grade. I rock blue like A-Tray, then rock red with an AK. Wonder if I gangbang. Been jumped like 3 times. Hopped off the porch, been coming outside. Eating dinner at 6, then pop back out at 9. I'm the best like Hikey, Ultra Instinct with the Tribing Vapor Nike. I'm a hype beast playing in Nami chain, I'm icy Vapor Nike. I'm a hype beast playing a cheetah ring, I'm icy Vapor Nike. I'm a hype beast. Can you force pose watch on? I'm icy. It's that saying armor game, nigga. 252 in the building, 919, rapping and stepping. Been rapping since I was damn near 11. Cannon, nigga.
Let's get it. Hell yeah, what the fuck? That was crazy. That was really, really crazy. What a first time submission. Okay. Let's break this down. Talk about 3 things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Gunami. I love the fucking tags in here too. Nerdcore. What the fuck? That's good stuff. So, let's talk instrumental. Mix is very solid. Mix is very, very solid. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Everything cuts through nicely. I like the 808s a lot. You know, melody is definitely a big deal here, though. I definitely feel like melody is definitely a shining star. Mixed well, definitely a catchy melody. Just real memorable, to be honest. So Origami definitely killed it. And I just like the choice overall, to be honest. So yeah, instrumental very solid. Let's talk vocals here. Vocals, Scuba Steve, you know, a first time submitting artist, so with all that considered, the mix is very solid. Again, like, you know, sometimes with first time submitting artists, you never really know what you're gonna get, right? Sometimes, you know, you just never know. And this is definitely an artist that has a well-rounded kind of style. And by that I mean somebody who has been perfecting this kind of flow and cadence for quite a while, and just overall writing in general. And that really leads me to my next point, is the shining star here, which is definitely writing. The writing is stellar, from the anime bars to the subtle bars to the clever bars. There's a lot to unpack here. You know, so it leaves a lot of replayability, you know, for sure. So vocals were really, really, really good. Let's talk theme though. This art is really, really dope. Really, really fucking dope. love the kind of Dragon Ball Z like ode, but like it's so much more modern and it has like this kind of like special kind of style to it, right? It's very like you think Dragon Ball Z art and like some shit like that's custom, and you don't think this. I feel like this is very like it brings a new spice to it. I fuck with this a lot. And then you slap the parental advisory on it, you're good to go. Yeah. So aesthetics definitely hit the nail on the head. But as far as the overall theme, Gunami, right? I mean, we have a lot of anime, manga references. We have a lot of kind of like, just different references like that, but it's also like Scuba kind of giving like a personal insight on his life and, that sort of thing. And it's kind of a nice blend of like fantasy and real life. So I feel like Gunami, obviously an ode to Toonami, and a lot of us growing up really fucked with Toonami. So I feel like Gunami was just a real creative way to like blend these two kind of aspects of life, right? You kind of got like, the shit that you enjoyed growing up or now, and then you kind of have like the real life aspects of it. So that's why writing here is like, the shining star for me, because it kind of had like a whole consistent theme throughout this whole track, and Gunami was like a real perfect way to wrap all this together, to be honest. More of a deeper meaning when you listen to it afterwards, But with that said, a huge shout out to Scuba Steve. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Scuba Steve on SoundCloud. They are literally 4 away from 80 followers. And of course, make sure you follow Scuba Steve on Twitter. Scuba Steve is literally 5 away from 670. Go show Scuba Steve some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 130 subscribers on the main channel. So huge shout out to anybody that already has. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. So if you haven't, you probably should. But no, feel free to sub to the main channel if you haven't. So that does it for audio submissions, my friends. We have, I think, 4 media submissions. And then there's some visuals. We have an Offspring edit as well. So let's hop right into these. Up first, we got the homie SLM. And SLM actually submitted this last week, but we had already went over an SLM track. So this week we finally get to go back to this, and I'm definitely excited. So SLM submitted Dead Lighters Apartment Jam, and we've already been through all their jams, so this is about to be fucking lit, because I've been waiting for this. So let's check this out. Right here. Let's see what we got. Okay, we're gonna put that 1080 website. Absolute titty slapper right here, folks. Let's fucking get it, baby. Okay. Let's full screen. Let's get into it. Dead Lighters, SLM, Apartment Jam.
Dead Lighters, Apartment Jam.
Lit. This is about to be good. Oh, the double angle. Well fucking done. Let's fucking go. What?
That was tight, dude.
Dude, that outro, bro.
Yeah, I think so. All right, let's
What the fuck? That was the best fucking outro right there. What? Okay. That was awesome. That was really, really awesome. Holy fuck. Wow. Okay. So let's talk about a couple things here. Let's talk about the instrumental. Let's talk about the visual here. So, instrumentally, man, this is like one of my favorite duos right now. 100%. Because, you know, rapper producer duos or even vocalist producer duos are kind of you know, more common, but producer duos aren't as common, especially in the underground scene, right? In the independent community. So seeing this is like so fucking cool to me. And especially like creating like this in person is something really special. You know, some people have never experienced this, so it's like it's really cool to see this. But speaking strictly on the instrumental, such a duo, right? Like they complement each other so nicely. SLM comes in with these melodies that are just like so they're gentle and kind of like, you know, slightly serene. And then you know, like these two together, right, are the perfect blend of kind of like heavy and light. That's like the best way that I could put it is like a more heavier side and a more lighter side. And it's balanced out by these drums that are always like really like they're simple but they're really effective. Like they're drums simple enough to kind of let the melody shine out, and it really makes for like that unique instrumental that I'm always talking about here on the show, where it's like, oh yeah, you could always tell this is a collab instrumental because it's like you only get these kind of sounds when you're working with another producer. Like it's very hard to get on this kind of workflow when you're by yourself. It's just there's just simply not enough creative juices. It's just you can't do it. And when two producers get together and it's magic like this, it's always sick to see. It's always really, really sick to see. I love these. I'm a huge, huge fucking fan of these. So instrumental, very, very solid. I love the mix on it as well. It's such a live, kind of wide. It's just a really solid fucking mix. It's nice. Everything about this is like very raw, and it makes it. So let's talk visual though. Because much like Mark said in the chat, love the cuts back and forth. It's simplistic, right? And like the double film, and then like the small things with the logos and the intro, and like my favorite part about the visual is the outro. We already know these two are very comfortable on camera. They have no problem filming shit like this, right? We've seen the Woods one. We've seen you know, just these two blend so nicely in front of a camera. So the fact that they're comfortable is a really good sign. It's just like such a good thing. But yeah, I love the cuts. I love the logo in the bottom right. But the thing that put it over for me was the outro. Like just a genuine bond and like just some really cool shit that like you can only achieve like, you know, in person. And that's why sometimes creating music in person is important, you know. Obviously like not all the time, or sometimes you can, or whatever, but shit like this is special, is my point, you know. So the visual is really well done, and I fucking love these. And boom, see, like come on. And then the fucking outro was like perfect. Dude, just like let's go. Like what? I love this. Love this. 10 out of 10 for me. 100%. And with that said, huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much for letting us react to this, my friend. Make sure you sub to MMCJ on YouTube. They are 4 away from 20. And make sure you follow SLM on Twitter. SLM is literally 9 away from 280. Also a great, it's just a great milestone, man. That shit, that shit always, nothing but vibes in those jams. Nothing but vibes. But up next we got the homie Cole Gerard with the Cavities music video. And actually, we've already reacted to Cavities, and Cole actually put out a whole project with Hidden. But this is one of the first, no, actually, this is the second visual we'll be reacting to. So I'm kind of excited for this one because, like, we've already been able to react to Cavities itself. So the visual is going to be like, okay. So let's go. Full screen, 1080. Cole Gerard Cavities, Prod Hidden. Music video, let's go.
Sunrise, catch shade, wanna be there, catching rays, now I'm catching rays. I some love a song, welcome to that shit away. Could have been a problem, but it's all the fucking same. Make me feel fucking weak, praying for love, good mornings fucking weak. That's them, not me, that's just 2 minutes for me. That's a way, that's a trap, that's a fact. Open board, attack with hearts, I had to trap. I don't wanna take it back, but so I'm giving more. Love is free, but not for me, both side the door. I'm petty, I went home and took the candy off the porch. No switch for me and homies, we got cavities. But my dogs on low, but my ops on mute, that's why I sound like me and you don't sound like you. Sometimes I sound like kid, but I miss that pay too. It's mostly me, just know I'm not a fool. Shining my sword, that's way how I want, bro, took me from I don't care, the nigga, I don't give a fuck, yeah. I'm a ripped off fashion conditions, dripping, back it up and pay it, baby, make it nasty, ooh, like I'm out of mid. Need to stop trying to change them and let them dip, let them trip. Fuck what I want, love what I want. I like smoking herb more than papers and blunts. I don't care, wait, nigga, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Earth day, sunrise, catch shade, wanna be there, catching rays, now I'm catching rays. That sounds like a summer, Muslims took that shit away. Open board, attack with hearts, I had to trap. I don't wanna take it back, but so I'm giving more. Love is free, not for me, go inside the door. A petty, I went home, took the candy off the porch. What's sweet for me and homies, we got cavities.
Dude, that line is so good though. Can I just say that this is like a 10 out of 10 from Cole? Yeah, 10 out of 10. I think Cole's Cyberfest set kind of like proved that Cole was really good at visuals and kind of filming and shit like that. But this is a visual where it proves that you could literally get a music video done in a day. Like, you really could get it done in a day, and everything is really done in post. Like, this is all such simple footage, but it's made to look so fucking sick. Like, it's so well edited. Like, it is so well edited. And, like, this is all you need to be doing, bro. So, obviously, we've already reacted and reviewed Cavities, so let's talk about the Cavities music video. Again, Cole, comfortable on camera. We're kind of used to that, though. We know Cole's comfortable on camera. That's fine. But the thing that I'm noticing here, though, is the shots. I'm thinking to myself, even if you had another person with you filming this, you could film all of this by yourself. You do not need another person. You need literally your whip, maybe some gas, and some time. And you're good. Take your fucking iPhone, get the appropriate angles, shit like that. Spend 8 hours, get a video done, and you can take all the raws and kind of do everything else in post, you know what I mean? And this is really good. Like, this is really, really fucking good because it's not as taxing, right? You know, of course, if, you know, you have a bigger vision for something, then it calls for it. That's fine. That's what it calls for, right? But if the recipe doesn't call for it, motherfucker, you don't got to do all that. And here we are, somebody making the most out of almost the bare minimum. And I love to fucking see that. Love to see that. So this is great. This is like everything that you need to be doing as an underground artist to get your visual game up. right? Because after a certain point, audio is great, da 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 da, but you know, this is like where you want to be, and it's like essentially the least taxing way. And you know, speaking in terms of like the cavities visual itself here, like all of the editing is so well done, and it's just like I'm just loving the fact that Cole was even able to do this, and like you literally could do this by yourself. You know what I mean? Like you genuinely could. So that's what's really awesome about shit like this. But I do love the post editing as well. Again, Cole, totally comfortable on camera. No, no shocker there at all. Like we know that. But some of the angles and some of the filler footage, right? Like it's not all Cole on camera. Some of the filler in here is really good. Like the up close face shots, the water shots, the bridge shots. That shot specifically is really good. Like just a little bit of variety. Yeah, see, like those kind of filler shots in between these are really well done. And I assume Cole edited this as well. So like, it's so typical. Like this is like what we need, and like, do it in a way where you're not exhausting yourself, and you're not spending $1,000 or even $500 every video. You know what I mean? Like fuck that. So you could do it like this and make it look really good. And I think Cole did a really good job on this, to be honest with you. I like this visual a lot, but I usually like all of Cole's visuals, you know what I mean? So, really well done. Really, really well done. And with that said, huge shout out to Cole Gerard. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Make sure you go sub to Cole's channel. Cole is 10 away from 30 subs on YouTube. And of course, make sure you go follow Cole on motherfucker Twitter as well. Cole is what? Literally 4 away from 50. Go get Cole to 50, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subscribers on the main channel, so make sure you go sub to the channel if you have not already, my friends. And if you haven't, like I said, we're literally uploading 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists on the channel some love. And huge shout out Cole. But up next, we got the homie Lil Wet Wet, aka Patterns, coming back with a crazy, crazy fucking visual. I'm really excited for this because Wet Wet has been like really doing some different shit. One of the most creative alternative artists we've seen here in the community. We've reviewed a couple audios, one video, and it's always a pleasure to see what Wet Wet has going on. So I'm excited for this one for sure. Let's see what we got here. Lil Wet Wet, Pity Party, Dubs, direct. Oh yeah, no, wait. Did we react to this? Or did we react to this song? I think we reacted to this song, didn't we? Holy shit, this is gonna be crazy. Yeah, we did. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. So I'm pretty sure it was like last week or the week before we reacted to this audio. We're reacting to the official video. Let's fucking get into this, because let me tell you, chat. Just let me tell you, alright? Let me fucking tell you. And we got the 4K version, but, we're streaming, so hold on. Let's not butcher our quality. Let's get into it. Wet Wet, Pity Party Dubs, official video. Let's go. Yeah, photosensitive people look away.
Yeah. So sweet and the picture connects. I can tell you what I did, you can tell me what's next. I'm reminding you to breathe, you're telling me I'm next. You're forgetting to eat, I'm forgetting to text. I've been manifest cheese, been learning respect. I've been running till I bleed, been running the set. Everything falls apart, talking out sex. I'm neglecting my needs, don't know where to rest. Let you into my space, you still feel like a guest. Still stuck with the keepsakes you put on my chest. I came back from the east, took a pill that was pressed. Shopping lights flash, you can't tell them pressed. Running shit, but I'm still close to an ex. I tell you that I'm wrong, you still follow the mess. What's all I say, I still feel like I'm less. I can't let go, it's too hard to forget. Can't
What the fuck? This is tough, man.
We take dubs. Last summer, me and my dog, we drank mud. Last summer, you and our friends, you changed up. I can't keep faking the spark to make trust. Dubs. We take dubs. Last summer, me and my dog, we drank mud. Last summer, you and our friends, you changed up. I can't keep falling apart for fake love. We've been living so sweet and the picture connects. I can't tell you what I did and you can tell me what's next. I'll remind you to breathe, you keep telling me I'm next. Keep forgetting to eat, I keep forgetting the text. I've been manifest cheese, I've been learning respect. I'm running till I bleed and running the set. Everything falls apart, then we talk and have sex. I'm neglecting my needs, I don't know how to rest. I let you into my space, you still feel like a guest. Still talk with the keepsakes you put on my chest. I came back from the east, took a pill that was pressed. Shopping lights flash, you can't tell that I'm pressed. Friendship bond, I'm still close to an ex. I tell you that I'm wrong, you still follow the mess. But dogs say I'm on, I still feel like I'm less. I can't let go, too hard to forget.
Dude. Dude.
Fuck it, dude. Who else got it, huh?
Bruh. It's like, I don't even, like, are we serious right now? Like, are we serious right now? Like the audio was good enough, bro. And you're gonna go pull up with a fucking visual like this? Come on. Fucking wet, dude. You didn't have to do it to us like that. Oh, man. Alright. So, obviously, we've already reacted to, Pity Party, but, let's talk about the visual here. Now, Wet is, an artist that is very, very comfortable on camera, and I love that. Every visual we've seen them be very, very comfortable on camera. Like very comfortable. And that's like one of the main things here. But I think you know, the number one thing that like I really love about this is the setting. Like not too much changed about the setting. And again, a lot of this is done in post. So like the post here is like fucking nuts. Like this probably took a while. You know, maybe not like fucking forever, but it probably took some decent legwork to be able to like really push this over and like do it in the fashion that, you know, you wanted to do it, right? So yeah, this is like wow. So starting with the only shot of like, you know, it's the majority of it is shot in this angle, but like the variety of editing in between shit is insane. Between the use of IRL photos from the flashing to that drawing and kind of like the end and like the whole signature kind of like outro where it's like either previewing the next project or just like the director kind of like outro. You know what I mean? Like you kind of have like that watermark too. So they did such a good job, man. Wet did such a good fucking job. Like if there was any visual that I would have wanted, I feel like this is like everything that you could have ever done, right? And again, back to the thing that we were talking about with Cole is you know, all DIY. Like you literally could do this all yourself, you know, like film a couple hours and then, you know, the majority of it you can just get it done in post and really find out what you like best, you know what I mean? And this came out fucking stellar. Like really, really stellar. So yeah, good fucking job. Like this is everything. Like this track not only deserved a visual, but it deserved a visual like this. This is like everything you could have ever wanted for this, for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Lil Wet. Really, really, really good fucking job on this. Make sure you go sub to Patterns on YouTube. They are literally 4 subs away from 280. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Wet on Twitter. They are 9 away from 320 go show Wet some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you're subscribed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 130 subscribers on the main channel. So go sub to the main channel, man. We upload 2 times a week, exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. So the channel is yours some love. The vocal mix, hard to tell what the fuck. Yes. Just absolutely yes. That visual is crazy though. The visual is crazy. But with that said, last but not least, we got the homie Offspring Mysterious coming in with another edition of Music Art Piano Strings. Again, you know, the one thing I'll always say about Offspring is, you know, if you're gonna take anything from Offspring, take the work ethic and the passion. Self-produced, self-written, literally a jack of so many medias, man. Like, Offspring can do it all. So I'm definitely excited to get into another edition of Music Art. Let's see what we got here, my friends. Let's check this out. Okay, Offspring Mysterious, Music Art, Piano Strings. Let's go. What the fuck is going on here? Figuring out the patterns? That's 100% what it is. Making a track. Oh, this was good. This was good. This was fucking clever. Well done. Well fucking done. Wow. wow, Offspring's getting fucking creative. Holy shit. Like, obviously Offspring was creative before, but now it's getting to be like, wow, interesting as always. Nah, literally, like, this, like, well done. Well fucking done. Offspring Mysterious, like, the artist is truly, like, I feel like fully coming into, like, full form, like final form. Like, I'm finally, like, I always saw the vision, that's why I pushed for it, but like, seeing the creativity that you're coming up with now is, like, such an improvement. I'm like, oh, shit. This was clever. This was real clever. Because it took me a sec. I was like, wait, what's going on here? And then I was like, oh, this motherfucker's making a song. And then the song kicks in at the end, and it does the whole video. Like, what? So, like, the idea behind music art with the whole character of Offspring is becoming more and more clear as these go on. And, like, it makes your tracks, like more replayable, and it makes the replayability level, like, way higher. This might be one of my favorite music arts for sure. For sure. This was really creative. I like this a lot. I really like this one a lot. Keep pushing the ceiling here. Keep pushing the ceiling, because you're really onto something, like, truly different now. But if I put all this together, what would it sound like? You know, as always, a great fucking description. Twitter, Instagram, SoundCloud, Patreon, repost, band link, website. Damn, let's fucking go. As always, got the links stacked, but this one, I love the simplicity of it. But at the same time, I'm big on the progression. Like, yeah, it's simple, but the idea and, like, the whole theme and concept of this is really progressing. Like, really progressing, and it makes me so happy to see this, because Offspring has come, like, so far since, like, the original content that we had seen, and, like, even, like, the longer edits have improved, but these are, like, this is really, like, pushing, like, a new bar for Offspring. I really want to see where this goes. This is like something I want Offspring to continue to do, because I just want to see how it turns out, truly. This is definitely one of those things where this is going to be something very special. very special. Yeah, gotta be at least, like, top 3 favorites for sure of the music art. 100%. Gotta be. Just because it was so simple, but it, like, the creativity and how clever this was, I liked it a lot. And again, it always, like, it's like promo for all tracks, and I just love the concept. Like, the concept is A1. A fucking 1. So, with that said, huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. As always, make sure you go sub to Offspring on YouTube. Offspring is 8 away from 110, also a great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring Mysterious on Twitter. Offspring is 5 away from 840. Go show Offspring some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload, my friends. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays podcast if you have not already. We are approaching 130 subs, so make sure you go sub to the main channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel, so go show the main channel some love. Thank you for your submission, Offspring. Thank you so much for hanging out with the late night crew here. Shout out to the rest of the late night crew, Ryuki, Mark, anybody else that's lurking and chilling in the chat. I see you. Thank you for hanging out with us. That concludes reactions and submissions for episode 111. Cheers to our longest Music Mondays podcast episode ever. Just would like to let you guys know that we have officially broken the record for our longest show. Pretty fucking nuts, because I didn't think that it would, come this fast, but we had, I think, our peak submissions as well tonight. We hit just about 30. We went through fucking almost 30 tracks tonight. So it's always a pleasure, man. It's always a fucking pleasure. Huge shout out to the Music Mondays community, the underground community, and thank you guys. Shout out to everybody that submitted tonight as well. A shout out to Real Rap, SLM, Cole, Blank Thought, Lil Flower, Raw, Paris, Deathrite, Fern, Mark, Smitty, Hikari, Sphere, D-Man, Dinez, Samo, Dead Tomorrow, Heavy Metaphors, Booze, Radley, TDG, Troy, Lil Wet Wet, Yules, Bloodcat, Lil Lollipop, Offspring, Scoop Steve, and everybody else that came through in the chat and lurked and chilled. You guys are fucking amazing, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. As per usual, submissions open every Tuesday following the show. So if you're interested in submitting to the Music Mondays podcast for episode 112, be out on the lookout for submissions tomorrow. They'll be opening this afternoon. If you're watching on YouTube, submissions are already open, so make sure you go check our Twitter. But make sure you follow us on all socials at All Music Mondays. Shout out to anybody that is new or old supporting us, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's say our goodbyes, my friends. Let's talk about what's coming for the next week. Let's talk about where we're at for the show. You guys are fucking amazing, man. Truly. Thank you, thank you, thank you for hanging out and really having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stream. Holy fuck, man. Wow. So, whole lot of really good Music Mondays content this week. Expect a lot of written content coming out from us. A bunch of new YouTube content. Huge shout out our new staff member Blank Thought. Expect some more written articles from Blank Thought. At the beginning of this show, we actually discussed a upgraded version of submissions. So we're going to be reformatting the show, kind of getting the community's opinion on what we should do for limiting the show, right? Because obviously, like, nobody wants like to, watch like a 6-hour podcast and da. So we'll be uploading a segment to our YouTube this week, detailing what we talked about at the beginning of the stream. And we'll be putting a Q&A on our Spotify for our audio listeners. So if you're listening on audio, answer our Q&A. We'll be asking you guys, what do you think about paid slots and sort of like a flash pass for the podcast, while also simultaneously keeping free submissions as well. So yeah. That's going to be something that we're going to be talking to the community about as we go along. But everything will continue as normal. Expect, in case you missed it monthly, expect the breakdown, Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, and all of those this month here in March at All Music Mondays. Yeah, much to come. I have a few pieces of content that I have to get done, and of course, make sure you follow us on socials to, stay up to date, stay posted with everything that we have going on here at Music Mondays. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. It's been your boy Zom Slays. This is episode 111. Huge shout out to anybody that came through, lurked, and chilled again. Huge shout out to Hikari. Thank you for the follow. Hikari with the prime and Bananas with the prime tonight. 2 motherfucking primers, 1 night. Thank you guys. I love you. Thank you for supporting me, the channel, the platform, the staff. Thank you guys. Thank you. We'll see you next week for episode 112. Submissions open tomorrow. You can stream us at anchor.fm/allmusicmondays. YouTube and all that good stuff is in the bio or down below. Submissions open tomorrow, like I said, so keep your eyes peeled. I love you guys. Take care. Be safe. It's been your boy Zom Slays, and I'll see you next Monday. Long live Music Mondays. Let's fucking go, Ryuki. I love you.